news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The House of Representatives has approved the extension of implementation of the capital component of the 2025 budget from June 30th, 2026 to September 30th, 2026. The approval is the outcome of an emergency sitting of the House held on Monday. House Leader Julius Ihonberry, who led the debate on the general principles of the bill, noted that substantial funds released to ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, remain unspent due to administrative bottlenecks, procurement delays and implementation challenges. He said extended window aims to prevent the abandonment of critical infrastructure projects across the country, allow time for ongoing projects to be finished, and settle outstanding obligations. Emergency sitting was pursuant to Order 5, Rule 2, Subsection 2 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has officially announced former Minister of Transportation and ex-Governor of Rivers State, Chibuike Amechi, as the party's vice presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. Announcement contained in a statement signed by ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi means that Amechi will be Atiku Abubakar's running mate in the presidential poll. The statement explains that the decision followed extensive consultations with party leaders, coalition partners, youth and women stakeholders, and representatives of all geopolitical zones. Said it that Amechi emerged as a runner-up, earning widespread support from party members across the federation and demonstrating his enduring appeal as one of Nigeria's most experienced and respected political leaders. According to the party, Amechi brings to the ticket one of the most comprehensive public service records in contemporary Nigerian politics, spanning all major pillars of democratic governance, having served as Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, 2 terms as Governor of Rivers State, Minister of Transportation, leading some of the most ambitious transportation and rail modernization initiatives in Nigeria's history. Amechi had earlier rejected the outcome of the ADC presidential primary, alleging widespread irregularities and voter disenfranchisement during the nationwide exercise. A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to deregister the African Democratic Congress and 4 other political parties. The other political parties are the Action People's Party, Action Alliance, Accord Party, and Zenith Labour Party. The plaintiff had asked the court to determine whether INEC is constitutionally required to deregister political parties that fail to satisfy the performance threshold stipulated in Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The group argued that the 5 parties that consistently failed to meet the conditions for retaining their registration, including securing at least 25% of votes in a state during a presidential election or winning elective positions at the national, state, or local government levels. According to the plaintiff, the incorporated trustees of the National Forum of Former Legislators, the parties failed to achieve the required electoral performance in the 2023 general election and subsequent by-elections conducted by INEC. The former lawmakers contended that allowing the parties to remain registered despite a poor electoral showing was contrary to constitutional provisions and detrimental to the integrity of the electoral process, and prayed the court to compel INEC to deregister them ahead of the 2027 general election. In his judgment, the presiding judge, Peter Lefu, upheld the arguments of the plaintiff and ordered INEC to deregister the 5 political parties. The federal government has commenced another phase of the mass trial of suspected terrorists. Prosecution team is led by the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, while Aliyu Abubakar, Director General of the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, is leading lawyers representing indigent defendants. The suspects are facing charges bordering on terrorism, financing, and aiding and abetting insurgent activities. Proceedings on Monday were conducted simultaneously in multiple courtrooms at the Federal High Court complex in Abuja, with several judges assigned to the exercise. Some of the judges handling the cases are Binta Nyako, Emeka Mwite, Musa Liman, James Omotosho, Obiore Guatu, and Ekerete Akban. A large-scale exercise also affected regular court proceedings, with many matters earlier scheduled for hearing rescheduled to make way for the terrorism trials. Security was heightened around the court complex, with armed personnel restricting access to roads leading to the facility and deploying military vehicles at strategic locations. In April, the federal government announced the commencement of Phase 9 of a mass trial of terrorism suspects, with the Attorney General announcing the conviction of 386 convictions from 508 terrorism-related cases prosecuted before the courts. A 55-year-old farmer in Borno State, Ali Mustafa, has been sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for concealing information on the activities of a Boko Haram sect in his Katara village of Borno State. The farmer, who has been in custody since 2013, was arraigned at the Federal High Court in Abuja by the Office of Attorney General of the Federation, where he pleaded guilty to the charge. Presiding Judge Justice Binta Nyako, in delivering the judgment, said she took judicial notice of a plea of a convict that there was no government officials or security agencies to report to, as he lives in an obscure and remote village in Borno State. Justice Nyako ordered that a 15 years jail term should commence from 2013, when the convict was arrested and hauled into detention. Ishaya Rabe, son of Rabe Abubakar, the late retired Major General, who died in bandits' captivity, has dismissed claims that his father's death was linked to diabetes-related complications. Speaking in an interview with Deutsche Welle Hausa Service, Ishaka said reports that his father died of diabetes were inaccurate. Ishaka said the family does not believe diabetes was responsible for his father's death, as claimed by the Katsina State government, who earlier said the retired general suffered from diabetes and high blood pressure before his death in captivity. He added that some people speculated the late general may have died from a snake bite after a video allegedly released by his abductors surfaced online, but stressed that the true cause of death remains unknown. Describing his father as a devout and peace-loving man, Ishaka said the retired general lived a modest life and died a hero. Ishaka said he had no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the retrieval of his father's remains, and refuted reports circulating on social media that his mother, who was kidnapped alongside his father, had regained freedom. The Defense Headquarters Joint Task Force in the Northwest under Operation Fasan Yama says it has launched a major operation codenamed Operation Clean Sweep 3, targeting terrorists and bandits operating in Matazu local government area and neighboring communities in Katsina State. The development followed the incident that led to the death of retired Major General Rabi Abubakar, who was abducted alongside his wife by suspected terrorists and bandits in the area. A statement issued on Monday by the Media Information Officer of JTF Northwest Operation Fasan Yama, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, said the operation commenced on Sunday to locate and neutralize those responsible for the attack, dismantle criminal networks, and restore security across the affected communities. Danja said since its launch, troops have carried out aggressive fighting patrols, intelligence-led raids, cordon and search operations, and clearance missions across identified terrorist hideouts and suspected criminal enclaves within the joint operations area. The statement noted that troops achieved significant successes on operations around the Kawa Hills and nearby communities, and that the offensive is being conducted in collaboration with sister services, other security agencies, and local stakeholders whose support has contributed to ongoing efforts to improve security in the state. The federal government says it has directed the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to intensify engagement with gas producers, marketers, and other stakeholders to boost importation of cooking gas and enhance market stability nationwide. The Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Ekberikpe Ekbo, expressed concern over the recent increase and assured Nigerians that the government remains committed to ensuring adequate, reliable and affordable gas supply for households, industries and power generation across the country. The minister stated that the commencement of LPG deliveries from a new Seplat gas facility in July will significantly boost national supply, saying that no producer is exporting LPG volumes designated for domestic markets as regulatory measures remain firmly in place to prioritize local needs. EPO explained that the recent hike in price of cooking gas in the domestic market were driven largely by prevailing market realities such as foreign exchange volatility, fluctuations in international LPG prices. The minister stated that the commitment is reflected in ongoing interventions designed to stabilize the domestic LPG market and giving priority to local consumption. The cooking gas price recorded for April represents a 13.73% increase compared to what was obtained in March, with the average price of 5 kg of cooking gas increased on a year-on-year basis by 10.42% from 7,855.60 naira recorded in April 2025, while the average retail price for refilling a 12.5 kg cooking gas increased by 13.89% on month-on-month basis from 19,652.83 kobo in March 2026 to 22,882.20 kobo in April 2026. Still to come, 9 killed, historic monastery on fire as Ukraine faces major Russian attacks. Oil prices slide after US-Iran deal signals Straits of Hormuz reopening. Stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The bodies of at least 15 migrants have been washed ashore in Libya in a coastal city east of the capital. Emergency Medicine and Support Center, which operates under the Health Ministry, said on Monday that the bodies washed up in Kuma City, some 118 kilometers east of Tripoli. Center said that all the bodies have been buried. Pictures have been posted by the center showed medics wearing white hazmat suits carrying bodies in black and white plastic bags, and other pictures taken during the burials. Since an uprising in 2011, Libya has become a North African transit route for hundreds of migrants fleeing conflict and poverty, often in sub-Saharan Africa, with many risking dangerous journeys across the desert or the Mediterranean. At least 28 people were killed when a bus plunged into a ravine in Ethiopia's Amra region. The regional state-run Amra Media Corporation reported on Monday that the bus was traveling from Dessie to the capital, Addis Ababa, when a crash occurred. It quoted a police source saying that many others sustained minor and serious injuries. Deadly road accidents are common in Ethiopia, where driving standards are often poor and many vehicles are badly maintained. In 2024, at least 71 people died in the southern Sidama region after a truck plunged into a river. 4 people were killed while the Kiev Pesheka Lavra monastery, a symbol of Ukrainian spiritual and cultural history, caught fire in the heaviest Russian air attack on the Ukrainian capital in 2 weeks. The fresh strikes came after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that he had spoken to U.S. President Donald Trump and discussed efforts to achieve an end to the more than 4-year conflict out of a G7 meeting in France this week. Tomo Chachenko, the head of the capital's military administration, said in a Telegram post that the monastery, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site founded in 1051, was seriously damaged in a direct attack. Zelensky said on X that a Russian strike and the setting of a cathedral on fire is one of Russia's most serious crimes against Christian culture to date. Ukraine's military on Monday morning said Russia had launched 70 missiles and 611 drones on Ukraine overnight, and its air defense shot down 50 missiles and 582 drones of various types. Chichenko said that 4 people were killed and that 30 were injured. Oil prices fell sharply in Asian trading on Monday after Pakistan announced a framework agreement to end the war between the U.S. and Iran, paving the way for the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz, a key global shipping route. Brent crude, the global benchmark, dropped 4.8% to $83.18 a barrel, while U.S. traded West Texas Intermediate fell 5.6% to $80.13. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said an official signing ceremony for the agreement will take place in Switzerland on Friday, the 19th of June. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Kazim Garibabadi also confirmed during a phone call on state television that the deal with the U.S. had been finalized, while U.S. President Donald Trump posted on social media, "Let the oil flow." Despite the market's initial reaction, Vandana Hari of Vanda Insights warned that uncertainty remained over the details of the agreement. Hari added that oil markets could face another week of uncertainty and price swings as traders assess the implications of the deal. The Straits of Hormuz had been effectively closed shortly after the U.S. and Israel launched strikes on Iran on 28 February. Tehran had threatened to target vessels using a strategic waterway through which about 20% of global oil and liquefied natural gas supplies normally pass. Meanwhile, the announcement of a deal was greeted with international relief and hope for an enduring end to the conflict. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said it was a critical step towards resolving the war in the Middle East. United Kingdom, France, Germany and Italy said they were prepared to lift sanctions imposed on Iran and will work with US, Iran and regional partners to seize the moment, maintain momentum and achieve a long-term diplomatic settlement. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Monday announced a forthcoming total ban on social media for children under 16, saying that such platforms are making children unhappy. Starmer said that the government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16, warning that those platforms are exposing them to content that is dangerous and designed to be addictive. The government said the ban would include platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook and X, but exempted messaging services such as WhatsApp. He added that he hoped to pass the regulation by late December and for the ban to come into force in the spring next year. Prime Minister also said the government would go further and take world-leading action on gaming services and live streaming platforms while considering overnight curfews and breaks in infinite scrolling for under 18s and would announce more details in July. Starmer said the upcoming ban was influenced by the experience of Australia, which in December became the first nation to ban people under 16 from social media. In sports, Edo Queens have been crowned champions of Nigeria's Women's Football League for the 2025-26 season. The team won the title after drawing goalless with Bayelsa Queens in the final round of NWFL Premiership Super 6 fixtures at the Adokia Mercy Stadium, Port Harcourt, River State on Sunday. It's their second NWFL title in 3 years under coach Moses Aduko. Before the game, the Edo Queens were on 9 points and only 1 point to be crowned champions. Final standings show that Bayelsa Queens and Nasarawa Amazons finished second on 8 points each. Abia Angels finished on 6 points. Robo Queens ended the campaign on 4 points, and Rivers Angels also got the same number of points. Edo Queens will represent Nigeria at the Wafu B Cup, which serves as a qualification series for the CAF Women's Champions League. Fair Network, an organization established to counter inequality and discrimination in football, has called on FIFA to remove a video assistant referee official from World Cup after he flashed an allegedly white supremacist gesture during the match. The incident happened when Germany faced Croatia on Sunday, where the pre-game footage of the official broadcast cut to the VAR team showed Evans, one of the officials, was seen making a reversed OK sign with his right hand in front of his right leg. Anti-Defamation League, a global anti-bigotry organization, designated the gesture as a hate symbol since 2019. In a statement, Fair Network, a long-time partner of FIFA to monitor racist and discriminatory behavior, said the gesture clearly resembles an upside-down OK hand symbol used as a white power symbol in global far-right circles. It remains unclear whether Evans, an Australian making his World Cup debut, was making a political gesture. Meanwhile, FIFA is seeking an explanation of a hand gesture made by video assistant referee Sean Evans before Germany's 7-1 win over Croatia on Sunday. Before matches during the World Cup, FIFA has been briefly focusing on officials as part of its World Feed global coverage. First, the referee and the rest of his team have walked to the touchline, and a graphic has been displayed with their names and roles. When the camera cut to the VAR room on Sunday, Evans was standing with his arm by his side and then could be seen making the fingers on his right hand into an upside-down OK sign. Such gesture has two very distinct meanings, one harmless and the other connected to an expression of white supremacy. The incident was immediately subject to a huge amount of speculation on social media. When the VAR hub was shown in 3 subsequent matches, the officials were already facing the monitors. Entertainment now. Veteran Nollywood actress Toyin Adewale reveals how her son, Nigerian musician Mayokun, first came in contact with Davido. Presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, commends Afrobeat sensation Davido for using his performance at the 2026 FIFA World Cup concert to protest Nigeria's insecurity and mass abductions. The South African government expresses concern over the growing economic consequences of xenophobia allegations against the country. Let's join Tochi Eche for details on entertainment news.
Toyin Adewale, a veteran Nollywood actress, has revealed how her son, Nigerian musician Mayokun, first came in contact with Davido. Mayokun garnered global popularity after performing a rendition of Davido's song The Money. The cover later led to his contract with Davido's music worldwide, where he remained from 2016 until 2021. During an interview, Adewale revealed that Davido first approached Mayokun via social media after seeing the viral cover. According to her, the family did not immediately believe the message was genuine, as they suspected someone might have been impersonating the singer. She said that Mayokun later met with Davido, marking the beginning of their relationship that helped the start of his music career. Davido recently drew attention during the FIFA World Cup countdown concert in Los Angeles, where he wore a custom-made jacket bearing the names of kidnapped school children and teachers from Oyo State, a gesture aimed at highlighting their plight on the global stage. While giving fans a memorable performance at the World Cup event, Davido wore a customized leather jacket decorated with buttons bearing the names of the pupils and teachers recently abducted in the Owerri local government area of Oyo State. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has praised Afrobeat sensation Davido for using his performance at the 2026 FIFA World Cup countdown concert to protest Nigeria's insecurity and mass abductions. Obi, who spoke via his official X handle, called Davido's actions an act of patriotism, transcending entertainment to demand crucial international scrutiny. Obi noted that Davido's impactful gesture in drawing global attention to Nigerian security challenges warrants commendation. He said that by utilizing his international platform, Davido effectively highlighted Nigeria's security crisis, transcending mere entertainment. South African government has expressed concern over the growing economic consequences of xenophobia allegations against the country, saying the backlash is affecting businesses and entertainers across Africa. South Africa's Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamoloko Kubayi, says several South African artists have lost performance opportunities on the continent, while businesses operating abroad are also facing challenges linked to the perception of xenophobia. Speaking during an interview, SABC Kubayi insisted that recent actions taken by authorities were aimed at tackling illegal immigration and should not be interpreted as xenophobic attacks against African nationals. She also stated that the entertainment industry has been particularly affected, with several performers reportedly losing bookings as a result of the controversy. Kubayi disclosed that one entertainer informed her that all scheduled performances outside South Africa has been called off, resulting in a significant loss of income. The comments come amid renewed scrutiny of South Africa following reports of anti-immigrant incidents that prompted Nigeria, Ghana, Malawi, and other African countries to evacuate some of their citizens from the country. The controversy has also spilled into sports. Last week, South Africa's captain Ronwe Williams expressed disappointment after Bafana's 2-0 defeat to Mexico in their opening match at 2026 FIFA World Cup. Williams said he was surprised that many African supporters appeared to back Mexico rather than South Africa, and called for greater solidarity among African nations during international competitions. And that's the entertainment news. Tochukwu Eche for Signature TV News, Enugu.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
Great market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
It's Tuesday, the 16th day of June 2026. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning, coming to you from Signature TV. It's a pleasure to have you join us and to start your day with us this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. As always, we'll take a break and come back for our newspaper headlines and review in a moment. Do stay with us. Welcome back. It's time for our newspaper headlines and review segment of the program, and we'll start off with the Punch newspaper. Now looking at the headlines, it says 2027 battle. Opposition rages as court scraps ADC, 4 parties. Atiku, Adeleke, Mark, ADC, Accord Party, fault court order deregistering parties. Opposition parties vow to field candidates despite court verdict. Turaki-led PDP obedient movement say judgment is an attempt to derail democracy. Cooking gas marketers plan massive imports after 140% price surge. Abdul Salami says, I told Obasanjo not to contest 1999 presidency. Troops rescue late general's wife in Katsina offensive. Inflation nears 16% as geopolitical risks mount. Pages 4 and 5 say Air Force officers beat Lagos driver dead after minor crash. And Kwara APC crisis worsens as elders reject governorship candidates. Now to the Nation newspaper, the major headline, deregister ADC, ZLP, APP, AA, Accord, court orders INEC. Atiku, Obi, others slam verdict. Lamido urges respect for rule of law. Parties, we will appeal. How Showore lost rights violation suit against DSS, DG. Kwara APC elders, stakeholders, Danladi won primary. Soludo joins Umahi Uzodinma Nwifuru in Southeast rally for Tinubu. Bandits shoot General Rabe's widow during rescue. DHQ, she is now with us. How ex-army spokesman's body was released. Mass conviction for terrorism suspects. 600 on trial in Abuja. Police rescue 12 underage girls used as sex slaves in Lagos market on page 29. On the Daily Trust newspaper, it says cholera bites harder in Borno, spreads to Plateau. Prices of maize, tomatoes, others push inflation to 6-month high. Northern traditional rulers seek involvement in fight against insecurity. Pages 3, 4, and 5, 2027 race hit by deregistration judgment. How General Rabe's widow was rescued. On the Nigerian Tribune, the headlines on page 15, Atiku, Obi, Adeleke, ADC, cake as court orders INEC to deregister 5 parties. Its manifestation of Tinubu's bid to undermine opposition, Atiku. This will further erode public confidence in Nigeria's judicial system, Obi. ADC rejects order, vows to be on ballot in 2027. Adeleke faults ruling, insists Accord will contest August poll. Kwara APC Elders Caucus rejects Danladi, calls for change of governorship candidate. Another Elders Caucus backs him. Nigeria's inflation rate rises to 15.93% in May from MBS. ADC confirms Amechi vice presidential candidate. Page 4, World Bank lists Tinkan Apapa ports on global top 20 improved ports. We are using technology to aid freedom of abducted pupils, teachers in Oyo. Police DIG Southwest. On page 3, FG arraigns over 600 terrorism suspects as court sentences terrorist doctor to 30 years imprisonment, sends farmers to 15 years jail for concealing information on Boko Haram. UK announces ban on social media for under-16s. Troops rescue General Rabi's widow on page 8. And on health, experts say dementia becoming time bomb in Nigeria, Africa. Let's look at the Vanguard newspaper. It says headline inflation rate hits 15.93%, rising third consecutive month. South African minister, xenophobia. Our artist shows are cancelled across Africa. Terrorism, FG resumes mass trial of 600 Boko Haram suspects. General Abdul Salami, why I dumped Abacha's transition program. FG auctions Lagos hotel. 3 property forfeited by drug lords at 6.1 billion naira. Kidnapped Kwara monarch dies in captivity after 18 million naira ransom payment. APC elders, stakeholders, Danladi popular convincingly won Kwara APC Guba context. ADC picks Amechi as Atiku's running mate for 2027. That is what we have on the newspaper headlines this morning. And now for our review, Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, my dear people of the world. We are here again this morning for another signature morning tonic.
Of course.
Newspaper review is our hot coffee for every morning.
Yes.
So join us. You're welcome.
Now, the court orders INEC to deregister parties like ADC, APP, ZLP, Accord, AA, and the opposition rages. And, a lot of people, Atiku, Adeleke, Mark, Obi, are all coming out to fault the court order.
Well, we have talked about the danger of having court deciding how progressive or retarded our democratic system in Nigeria will be. When some people like the renowned lawyer Chido Odinkalo said that what we have now is electorate instead of electorate, people did not give thought to it. The court decides which party will operate in Nigeria, how will they operate, whether they will be deregistered or not. If they have existed for that long, up to now, and INEC has had them, profiled like every other political party, why is it the court that is? I'm asking a question. I need to be cleared. I am not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. But certain things do not join in Nigeria, and that's why we ask questions. Because if things were working well, we won't even look into it. Anytime you say, yes, our judiciary system is perfect, is working. And whatever decision they've taken, we support. But time has come in Nigeria where every decision coming from any government agency is suspected by the people. There is a high-level gap in trust with what Nigerians feel the government is doing. And when we say it, nobody wants to look at it. So now that they've deregistered these parties, I am sure you go into the law, there must be justification for every legal decision taken by a competent court. But then, the Bible I read, he said it's not all things that looks good that is whatever is noble or that is right. So why at this time? Look at what other comments are saying. A lot of people will think is swallowed by voice of opposition or politicians who are on the other side. But it still touches one thing, that our democratic growth is still fragile and shaky. So meaning, whoever is taking any decision that relates to our democratic system at this time in Nigeria must consider back and forth. Because law is meant for Nigerians and non-Nigerians for law. That is what I am saying in that. I don't know, the court has ruled is sub judice. They said ADC just few hours after the article has worked to this level to pick even a running mate. That one, nobody is giving a lot of chances to other parties like what the other one is, ZLP and all that, those parties. But they are political party. They have constitutional right to operate in Nigeria. They were registered before. It wasn't court that registered them. They passed through all the process of getting party registered in Nigeria. Why deregistering them now? Why are you deregistering when there is this critical and complex build-up to 2027? Why were they not deregistered earlier if there had been this issue, so that nobody will mix up the registration with 2027? Because we know there was a time we used to have, in fact, those parties have not been deregistered. It's just like any political, like these ones that are deregistered, they can go and dust one ticket that is one certificate of registration of any party line. We remember we have over 50 parties in Nigeria that are registered. So anyone that you go and dust, and it looks like, is building, gathering traction, the court will consider deregistering them. If they look into the list and find out that a lot of parties in Nigeria are not supposed to even be there, deregister them ahead of time, not when you are bringing it to sound as if it's because of 2027 and then it's bringing a lot of, giving them underdog status. And in Africa and Nigeria, anybody that looks like is an underdog gathers, even if the person is wrong. These court issues are very critical things. As far as court has that power, and we have given it to them to decide how our democracy goes. It means, because justice, as we know, is about the bigger logic, when the smaller and then once it is logic as handled by court, that will determine how our legal structure goes. We are at risk because we know that no system, not even our judicial system, is near anything perfection. They are operated by human beings. Nigerians who are breathing and living here, they still go to market to buy agbado, ewa, and what other one? At the same price people buy. And remember, once any king is not comfortable, he will begin to use his subjects as dinner. That's what we found that the judiciary system of Nigeria did. When the politicians made sure they devalued every system that is operating in Nigeria and put the judiciary as their toy, the pawn in their political chessboard. Whatever this means, that's my opinion, and that's what I'm reviewing. Somebody need to convince me further. I'm not going to court. If Nigeria feels that by deregistering political parties who have consolidated and gotten ready even find themselves in a INEC database for 2027 election are the ones to be deregistered. Where we have something, a lot of things coming. Like people said, our democracy is threatened.
All right. Now, on this insecurity issue, federal government has arraigned over 600 terrorism suspects. And the details say that they've also sentenced the terrorist doctor to about 30 years and even farmers too for concealing information on Boko Haram.
The issue of insecurity in Nigeria shouldn't be the issue of chicken, leaving the knife that killed it, to go to the pot of soup to bend the neck. The farmers, all the people that are being linked, I don't know what the court calls, is it alibi or aiding and abetting in one way or the other. Let's start from the head. The yam plumates from the head. I've never seen any yam that brings that plumage from the tail. Let the principal actors of terror and banditry be handled and handled well. So that before we look at the people who are aiding and abetting it, I am not promoting aiding and abetting. If anybody aids or abets things that have been consuming Nigerian people's life, the person is also suspect. But we should treat cases as in that order of priority. Who is more guilty? The people who came, even some farmers are subdued to conceal information. And when they find out, they become suspects. We should handle it and convince Nigerians that the ones who have more offense get more punishment. Instead of putting everybody together and say ordinary farmers that have been subdued in their villages, forced to pay taxes to non-state actors, bandits and terrorists, are ruling some communities where farmers will finish farming, they go and give them part of their produce. Those are the ones you want to, when they get involved because of to live. What happened to Nigerian government that is negotiating with them? What guilty are they? Are they not also guilty of what they are accusing people who are? So in this case, that human lives are involved. There are certain decisions that people are taking. What is leading all is this bandit and terrorists. Whenever we will handle that one very well, every other thing will fall into shape. Whoever thinks that by aiding and abetting is what will give him the, there are people, when we were in this desk reviewing newspaper in Nigeria, we saw that the people are selling fuel to them at 5,000 naira per liter. Well, so many things they smuggle across to the across bandit territories. People find that it's a big business. During Nigerian Civil War, it caused such thing a high attack, trading across enemy's boundary. Now, when such people are involved now, you got them and you leave the main substance and pursue shadow. You tell me farmers were convinced that I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but they are learned. I am just reviewing some of the things that as the newspaper presented them. We should handle first thing first. That's my opinion. Anybody involved, when he gets to his turn, he gets to his turn. But we shouldn't be handling all of them as if they are of the same category of offense.
Right, and it's quite sad that we see that the kidnapped Kwara monarch has died in captivity after paying 18 million naira ransom.
Those are very like stories that break the heart. They say there's some Nigerian parlance. It's a story that touched the heart. It happens so many often times. It's just everybody is waiting for their turn.
And General Arabe's wife has also been rescued.
But it's shot. At least at the end of it, or the DHQ. That's the only thing that they've done that has proved that we still have army. That if they take decision with all the risk and the life, all the risk involved to the rescue, that they need to go and rescue. It's unfortunate that Major General Arabe have to die the way he died. But the wife rescue brings some element of sense of succor to the in as much as still very painful. By the time you are healing her of the bullet wound she sustained during the rescue mission, who is going to heal her of the traumatic experience of watching your husband die? Two of you are in captivity. Not in captivity of people who you're not in prison of Nigerian prison under a DSS or army because you committed offense, because you are a certain level of right to be granted. You are in the bush with strangers that are armed to the teeth, and they are not speaking anything language you can understand. They're speaking language of death. You watch your husband of long time marriage, who has built life and career and raised children with you, die in such situation. And when they came for you, they shot you. And when they go now, they'll be battling to save her of bullet wound. Who will cure her of that trauma? Things she saw. Probably it's not only her husband she saw killed in that camp. These are what I said sometime. Nigerian government is rehabilitating repented terrorists and bandits. They are not rehabilitating or rehabilitating, stabilizing people, the few victims of this bandit and terror that have survived their life. The trauma, psychological and otherwise trauma that is going on in their life, who will? If you manage to rescue the 46 children and their teachers of Oyo kidnap and all the children, how are you going to wipe that psyche? How are you going to wipe that feeling from their mind for life? Who is going to cure them? Some of them will grow up, become mentally retarded, become mentally sick. Some of them will become devil incarnate. Because hard situations mold hard people. And that's why some Nigerian, what they call it, prison, what they now have a new name. Nigerian Correction Service has said they are moving away from that because initially when you get into a Nigerian prison, when there was prison, now it's correction. You come out harder criminal that you enter. But now the different, we are building a new brand for Nigerian Correctional Center, hoping that it works. Because we have tall orders and good dreams for Nigeria, but making it work is our collective responsibility, which most of us have failed because Nigerians are corrupt. So if that is it, we thank God for the life of Mrs. Rabe. We pray that God will help to heal her of all sickness, both the physical and the mental one. And it's something you can't imagine and can't wish your enemy. Nigeria is at war.
Now, the MBS says that Nigeria's inflation rate rises to 15.93% in May.
The NBS, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and their data, which is inconsistent, has remained that way. I don't know what to do with it. I know going to market in ENUGU where I stay to buy food, I know that the inflation rate of Nigeria is more than that. So it's not my word against Nigeria official statistics organization. 15%. What giving it to Nigeria? What have they given the solution to it? Because you are chilling out statistics. Then in NBS not become like World Bank, all these international organizations giving us data of death. Let us also follow it up with who in Nigerian establishment that will use this data to change things. What is supposed to be done to bring it down? A country running at 15%, as if we are reading that as if it's a certificate of it's not working, it's not joining. We are at 15% inflation in May. Have they given us that of April? Are they building up that of June? Because it should be weekly. Nigerians are suffering. Put it there, but I give it to Nigerians, they are resilient people. And that's what is making our leaders take advantage of Nigerians. Nigerians are wonderful people that with good guidance, you find the good citizens, at least majority. Not that we don't have evil ones among us. But when the good overwhelms the bad, then the society stabilizes. But now, it's like a tilting. The weight is tilting towards the bad. I can't even, if Sodom and Gomorrah, that God was telling them, if you give me 5 people, you get to the point where they say, give me just one right person in that community so that I won't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. It gets to the point where we ask Nigerians to point out one person in Nigeria to give God the reason why we cannot go into punishment and self-inflicted punishment. We can't survive for long with this. Everybody is looking for who to eat to wake up. And that is what the leadership or the environment has created. Nobody trusts anything. Nobody has hope. You cannot have confidence in the system that we're going to move to tomorrow, wake up and still be here. And once you find a system where that has go back to the state of nature, survival of the fittest, that community is sure to go into extinction. But God forbid, Nigeria will hold it.
Now, one more before we go. UK announces ban on social media for under 16s.
Under 14 in UK is already wild. In this new Gen Z situation, under 12 knows more than what their parents know. And it's this era of fast life. I am saying, why 16? Thank God that even UK has started taking decision about social media. But why not bring it down to about 12? A 12-year-old kid with the development level of United Kingdom and all the developed world is more exposed to a 25-year-old Nigerian. I'm not saying this to bring my country down.
No, but under 16, from 16 below, so even the 12-year-olds, all of them.
Okay, that is okay. What I'm saying is that at the place they put it, they should have brought back to 14 because 16-year-old person is already working in UK. Some of them are independent. Some of them are married. Some of them have children. Okay, check it in Africa, where in some part of Africa you are talking about marriage at 14, 12. We come and tell a wife of a house that he is not qualified to use the social media. It's a good decision. Fine. Let's see how it works. Hoping that other countries of the world will, especially Nigeria, if we still there with do Commonwealth and we have UK as our mama, now our mama be that for colonialism. If there's still something we will learn from them, let Nigeria begin to do that because I tell you, social media, the way it's going.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for the review as always this morning.
Thank you, Che. Thank you for having been there with us. If you have done well this morning, please give us comment and share. If we have not done well, just give us a comment and say we didn't do well. I don't think the fire burned this well. The coffee wasn't too hot this morning. But the coffee all the same, you still have the aroma of Signature Morning Newspaper Review. God bless you. God bless everything that you do. God bless your hopes and dreams. God protect us and guide us and keep us in His mercy. Let His grace speak for us in all things we do. As we pray for His grace and mercy, let us know that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you so much, Chris Maduka. And with that, we've come to the end of our newspaper headlines and review segment. Do stay with us as Signature Morning. We'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Coming right up is an interview with Emeka Emekesiri, a legal practitioner. We talked about the 2027 build-ups, analyzing Nigeria's democratic processes from a constitutional perspective. Do take a look.
Because the first thing is that from constitutional perspective, Nigerian politics is illegal. Did you hear me? From constitutional perspective, Nigeria's politics is illegal because it's unconstitutional. Because Section 2 of the Nigerian Constitution says Nigeria is a federation. But we are not practicing federalism. We're not practicing federation. So any politics played now under this constitution is illegal because it's unconstitutional. Federalism means, or federation means, that there will be federating units. All the federating units will have their own constitution. But we have a unitary system where power is concentrated at the center and every person is struggling to be at the center. The problem is not who is at the center. Whoever is at the center will have the same problems we have in Nigeria. Yes, now there are 3 or 4 people now that are struggling to be at the center. The present occupier, that is President Bola Tinubu, is there now. And Peter Obi, a strong contender, is coming, is also asking to be there. Atiku Abubakar is also asking to be there. And I have heard that Goodluck Jonathan wants to return. I'm not sure. But there are people now who want to occupy that #1 position. Why are they struggling? Any person that enters that position under this current structure will still have the same problem bedeviling Nigeria. So the problem of Nigeria, we're looking at the constitutional perspective, is illegality in the first place. Okay, they imposed the constitution upon us, and many people have said the constitution is illegal, fraudulent, because it was not made by us, it was made by the military and imposed upon us. Okay, even that one that is imposed on us, say it is a federation. If we get it right now, say, because that language, the constitution says, that is section 2.1 and section 2.2 say, Nigeria shall be a federation consisting of states and federal capital territory. It should actually be, Nigeria shall be a federation consisting of regions and a federal capital territory. And the regions will now be federating units, and every region is on its own, having life on its own. That is, if we play that way, all this struggling to be at the center, there will be no need for it. Because at this stage, whoever is at the center is like the winner takes it all. He is in control. Whatever he says, he's like a demigod. As President Bola Tinubu is now, he is respected like a demigod. Whatever he says, the president has said. But that is not how it should be. Power must be decentralized in a regional setting where all the regions will be federating units. Every region will have its own constitution. If we don't do it, then anything we are doing now is illegal. It's unconstitutional. The constitution says we are a federation, but we are practicing a unitary system. So every politics being played now is illegal and unconstitutional. That is from the perspective of constitution. That's what you say I should analyze. You say I should analyze it, and I have given 0 to the politics being played now. It is 0 because unconstitutional. Anything done contrary to the constitution is illegal and invalid. That is the issue.
So if what we are practicing is illegal and invalid, why do we have federation in the constitution and we're operating a different system? Why do we have that?
That is the evil that has consumed Nigeria. That is the evil of corruption and the unaccountability, irresponsibility that has consumed Nigeria. You know the constitution says we are a federation. Why can't we practice what the constitution says? Forget about the military imposing it upon us. Okay, they have imposed it upon us, but it says a federation. Let us practice federation. If we practice federation, all these troubles will be over. So now you say, why are we still practicing it? Why we are practicing it is because the leaders don't want to do the right thing. It seems that they're benefiting from it, of course. Of course, they're benefiting from that power concentrating at the center. You know how much they're being paid? Even those in the National Assembly, the senators and House of Rep members and so on and so forth. If you know how much they're being paid, and yet hunger is killing people in this country. So if you are talking about it, they are not happy to go to practice federation. They don't want to practice federalism, because if they do, now there will be no more power concentrated at the center, but at the regions. And in the regions, every person knows who is who. We know who is who in our region. And so they are afraid that if we go to regional government by federalism, that they may no longer be relevant. Where do they live? They live in Abuja. All these senators you are seeing, they don't live with us here. Because they don't feel safe here, because we know who they are. Most of them are criminals, and they cannot live here with us. Because if they come here to live with us, our youths are angry with them. So they feel safe at Abuja. That's why they run away. If they think they are safe, let them come back here and live with us where we live. So that's the problem. They are evil, criminal-minded people. They don't want all these things we've been saying. It's some of them are my friends and my classmates. I met, you know, when I went to submit the memorandum to the National Assembly for the restructuring of Nigeria by devolution of power to regions, I met some of them. They are my classmates. One of them even commented when I was speaking to his friends that this man is just is a troublesome man. He knows him from the university, that we are in classmates. I'm a troublesome man. I'm a troublesome man because I want the correct thing to be done. I want the truth to stand, the correct thing to be done. That's why I became a troublesome man. Yes, I'm a troublesome man. I make trouble for the devils. So the Bible says, resist the devils and they'll flee. Yes, we need people with backbone, with strong bone, with strong spinal cord who can make changes in a positive direction. Let us stop blaming the past, blaming Europeans, blaming British, blaming military. Okay, now it is in our hand. Stop blaming the military. Stop blaming the British. Now it is in our hand to do the right thing. Why can't we do the right thing? Why can't President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if he's hearing me now, to say, okay, the constitution is federation. Why are we still practicing unitary? Now, I, as the president of Nigeria, I now make an executive order to transform Nigeria to federation. Why can't he do it? And let every region bring its own constitution now. Let us now reorganize Nigeria, restructure Nigeria by devolution of power to the regions. All these problems will be over. But why can't they do it? I'm speaking angrily now. I'm angry. I'm really angry because people I'm talking to are not hearing. Or maybe they are hearing and they don't want to do it. Or they are deaf. I don't understand.
So isn't this where checks and balances come in?
Yeah, of course. But who will check and who will balance? Checks and balances must come in. Who is willing to give account? Can you see that it is the same problem of power concentrated in the hands of one man. And it is difficult to even ask them questions to give account. That's why accountability has eroded, has been removed from our lexicon in politics. Somebody, even at the lower level, even at our lower level, do you know, even at our own lower level, the thing has come down to the extent that when you ask somebody to give account, he becomes angry with you. I saw it, I experienced it personally. The organization I created and managing. So from London, I sent money to them to do some things, to do some works. When I came back and asked for accountability, trouble began. They stole everything, carried. Maybe you have heard about mobbing media. They carried all the properties and ran away, and I had to arrest them. I wrote a petition to the commissioner of police and arrested these people. These are our people who say they are activists, human rights activists. You know, they are activists, they are agitators. And yet I thought okay, is this how you are going to get your own regional government? If you get it, you'll be worse than Nigeria. So even at the lower level, they don't like accountability. That's the problem. They don't even want accountability, even at the lower level. So it is a kind of culture we have built. It's dangerous. Want somebody to give account, he becomes angry with you because you want accountability. That's very bad.
What do you make of the Electoral Act, the 2026 Electoral Act, and how it would possibly help or improve elections in 2027?
Well, the Electoral Act is supposed to guide in the process of the election. Good. You know that it has been amended and so on, but to get this accountability I'm talking about. You know, the last election, problem was that you will vote and your vote will not count. And they will say one thing or the other, and they'll make it difficult for you to even be accountable, for even to know the exact number of votes. They make it difficult for you. At a point when they said that, okay, they're going to upload the votes. At a point, they were bribed, and they said there was a glitch. And that glitch, everything went down. And they now imputed wrong figures. At the time, they now said, this person has won this. But for some of us, we believe that P2B won that election in 2023. That's what we believe. But when the result came out, What happened? P2B was the last. They manipulated everything, and when they say go to court. Go to court. Then if you go to court, who is in court? You see, when somebody is fighting with you, a criminal, a thief, and intends to go to court, that means either his brother or his father or his friend is the one in court, in charge of the court. Otherwise, that's why he said go to court if you don't want. If you don't believe in what I'm saying, go to court. Why is he saying that? Because he knows that if he goes to court, he will win. Why will he win? Because his brother is the judge, or his father, or his friend. So that is the Electoral Act still is not able to give us what we want because of corruption that is in Nigeria. The corruption is the major problem. Corruption is the major problem. That is in Nigeria, the major problem. So, whether in fact, we have laws, good laws, but the laws are not obeyed because of corruption. Evil-mindedness, criminality has eaten up the people. And because of it now, the leaders, the rulers, those in power, they have found that, okay, for us to keep these people in slavery, we have to impoverish them. You know the psychology. A hungry man can do anything to survive. The Bible says, to a hungry man, everything looks like food. So they want to impoverish the people. They weaponize poverty and hunger so that when the time comes, they'll buy you. They'll buy the electorate. If you are here now, right? You are here. Suppose you are in charge now of the election, and they now come to you and say, pronounce me the leader. Pronounce me the winner. I will give you £100 million. And you check, you have been suffering many years, you have not got even £1,000. And now someone is ready to give you £100 million. £100 million pounds. I'm not talking about naira. How will you resist that temptation? You've checked yourself how you have suffered for many years. You're not even able to get 1 million naira. And now you have seen, and in fact, they will bring cash. That big bag, the common Ghana must go. They bring the gold cash and bring it in your parlor. Heap it in your parlor and say, this is the money. Pronounce me the president. Even though I didn't win. Manipulate the figures and pronounce that I have won. Because the Electoral Act says, whoever the electoral umpire pronounces as the winner is the winner. That's what the act says. Whoever is pronounced as the winner is the winner. If you pronounce yourself as a winner, it is not true. It's not acceptable. The person, the electoral umpire, the chairman of the, what is it called? Is it INEC now? Okay, that chairman of the INEC or the commissioner for INEC, whatever they are called, whatever designation, is the person empowered to pronounce the winner. So, for him to pronounce the winner, you have to oil his mouth or oil his tongue. If you oil his tongue very well, £100 million, you say, okay, I'll think about it. Then he wants to reject. He goes home. His wife says, honey, darling, are you rejecting this money? Are you Messiah that will save Nigeria? I beg, let us take the money. The person that will save Nigeria will come in future. And the woman will talk to the husband, and the husband will try to reject. The woman say, if look at this is the opportunity we have. The woman will narrate all kinds of problems they have in the family. And the man may still insist or try to be righteous. Then the next thing he will get threats. Some other people will come and still bring the big one and say, this is it. And it has been agreed. It has been agreed between us and our international partners with the government of Britain, America, Russia, Egypt, Canada. They will talk and say that all the international, they have all agreed that this is the man that will be our president. And if you don't, you will not be alive by next week. If you pronounce another person, you will be dead. And listen, we will kill you and nothing will happen. And they will tell you all the people they killed and nothing happened. They tell you how they killed Delegua and nothing happened. They tell you how they killed the Attorney General of the Federation Bola Ige, and nothing happened. They will even tell you how Princess Diana was killed in England and nothing happened. They will tell you J.F. Kennedy, and they will tell you that there are people that own the world, and that if you don't do this thing, we will kill you and nothing will happen. And they will be saying this to the hearing of your wife. And when they go, your wife will say, darling, please, we want you to be alive. We want you to be alive. If you die because of Nigeria, Nigeria will continue. So they put pressure on this innocent man, this honest man that wants to be honest. They put pressure and he'll give up. He'll give up and say, okay, I'll bring the money. He'll pronounce, what do you want? Okay, he will do everything to save his neck and his family and so on. He wants to save his life and save his family. He wants to love his life and his family. But you see, in this thing we are talking about, this struggle is like practical Christianity, where Christ said, he who loves his life more than me is not worthy to be my disciple. Have you read it in the Bible? He who loves his life more than me, he who loves his wife and children and father more than me is not worthy to be my disciple. For you to go to become that disciple Christ is talking about, or disciple of righteousness, disciple of truth, disciple of righteousness, integrity, competence, and for you to be that, you need to lay down your life. They'll put a gun on your neck and say, I will pronounce the actual winner if you like, kill me. Just like Oti did, the woman Professor Nenoti did in Abia State. When they threatened to pronounce the different, Professor Oti said, I will kill me. I will stand on the truth. That Abia State, I'm saying. Only one person. Can you see that single act that woman exhibited has given her a name all over the world? Professor Nenoti. He's a born-again Christian. That single act she performed has given her a name all over the world. And even the money that they wanted to give her, people donated money to her because people want somebody that will stand for the truth and demonstrate it. So the problem is the corruption, not our laws. Our laws are good, but corruption has destroyed the laws. Who is implementing these laws? These are the people, the human beings. You see, I listened to Peter B yesterday when he was talking about, somebody asked a question, do you think that this thing will not be rigged? He said, the election will be rigged if Nigerians agree and allow it to be rigged. See that statement? Somebody asked, are you sure that the election will not be rigged? He said, the elections will be rigged if Nigerians allow it to be rigged. If Nigerians agree and allow it to be rigged. Is it the president, is it the contestants that will come to do the rigging? Will Tinubu come there to do the rigging? Will Atiku come there to do the rigging? And all those other politicians, will they come to the polling booth to do the rigging? No, they will use you. They use their common people. So if the common people allow themselves to be used to destroy the nation, to destroy the country, so be it. You know, we're having obedient movement, Kwakwashia movement, OK movement, all the youth movement all over Nigeria. Good. The life of the nation is in their hands. It is the youth that will decide. Do you know that if the youths now decide, we want to occupy Aso Rock today and nobody will move out until federation is done. If the youths do it now, do you know that we will be like what happened in Egypt and other areas? There will be, the uprising that happened in Egypt, and the leaders ran away into the bush. And the common people occupy the place and say, nobody is going out and nobody coming in. How many people will you kill? If all Nigerian youths now gather and say, we will occupy Aso Rock until the right thing is done. Tell me what will happen. How many people will you kill? You kill all of us. So the issue is that if you allow it to be rigged, it will be rigged. If you give yourself as instrument of rigging, you'll be used as instrument of rigging, and it will be rigged. So it's not P2B, it's not it is the people, the common man, the youths that will still do it.
All right, now you've mentioned that that we have laws and the Electoral Act cannot give us what we want, that the issue is corruption.
That's right.
So what then can give us what we want in this struggle against corruption? and implementing our laws according to how it is written?
Well, that goes down to the orientation of our minds, our mindset. That goes beyond politics. It goes beyond electoral act. It goes beyond all this thing we are talking, analyzing, and we've been analyzing and analyzing. You see, this is analyzing processes. We've been analyzing, and that's what professors have been trained to do, analyzing, and yet not able to solve a problem. Which is, our problem is the mental reorientation. The mental reorientation. We have different lifestyles. Some people were brought up to believe that you can just earn a living without working. And they were brought up that way. So they don't know the importance of working hard to make a living. That's how they were brought up. And now you are trying to tell them to go and work and make a living. It's hard for them. You know, in the north, the children are paid to go to school. If you don't pay them, they won't go to school. And they cook food for them. They are pampered. But here, we have to work out our living and pay our school fees. When I was in law school, our northern colleagues who were sent to law school with us, they didn't live in the hostel with us. You know what happened? Their governors hired separate hostels for them, accommodation, flats and duplexes for them in the city, in Lagos. I went to law school in Lagos Law School. So the northerners who came, they didn't live with us in the hostel. Their governors hired special duplexes and flats and on the buildings for them in the city. But for us, we had to struggle. Do you know that we even had to do ballot to get a space? You know, we're about 1,500 students, but only 400 spaces, bed spaces. So we had to do ballot. If they call your name and it is yes, they have a bed space. If you call your name, it is no, you don't have a bed space. You're now on your own. If you like, live in the bush, live under the gutter. All they know that you must come to lecture and you must take your lecture. You must pass the bar exam to be called to the bar. However you do it. And yet these other people from the north, their governors were giving them money. You know, help. That is, they lived big, lived large, like, you know, lived like kings and children of kings. Now, how do you compare them with us? And when we graduated, by the time I knew it, they were all made directors. In fact, when I went to one of the government parastatals, I saw my classmate who was the leader. In fact, he recognized me. He said, you were in law school with me? I said, yes. But he was the head. And I was still struggling. He was the head. I was still struggling. But because he knew me, he said, okay, I know you. You're my friend in the law school. Okay, what is your problem? They now attended to me. But he's my head. He's the head. Can you see? They were given a head start. They were given advantage over us because of the advantage they have, their leaders have. They are in control. They have been ruling Nigeria for how many years? The North has been ruling for how many years? That's how many years? But it's not the whole North that is benefiting. It is the elite, the children of the elite. So I'm saying that it is the mindset of the people and their lifestyle. There are those who their belief is different from our belief system. And so that's the problem. So we are not compatible. So you won't be teaching them how to work hard to make money when they know that they can always know that every time central bank will be giving them allocation direct to the emirs and direct to the leaders. So if you're giving allocation to the states, you also give allocation to the traditional rulers, the emirs. But our own traditional rulers in the East, are they giving allocation? Are they giving oil wells? So the thing is this, we are incompatible. Let us go to a federation, every region. You now govern yourself. If you want to pamper your children, pamper them. I have a friend who, during our youth service, he was posted to where he was teaching. And he used our mindset to mark the students. If you don't perform well, he will not give you good mark. So, after marking, do you know that on the day he went to collect his salary, the salary was seized. He said, why? They went to the school head, the head of the school. They said, well, because he didn't teach the students well. I said, why? They said, they didn't pass. The exam you set for them, they didn't pass. So that means you didn't teach them well. The man said, no, those that performed well, I gave them good marks. Those that didn't perform well. So what? That means you didn't teach them well. For anyone to fail the exam, that means you didn't teach them well. If you had taught them well, they would have passed the exam. So they seized his salary. He was complaining until one man who knew the understanding said, come. Bring the scripts. Let me remark them. So he brought the scripts to the other friend. He said, okay, this man, you gave him 30%. Now give him 80%. This one, give him 15%. Give him 100%. He now gave them 100%, 80%, 90%, 70%. He passed all of them. So now go and submit. He did something. And I was saying, hey, you have done very well. They have all passed. Now you can take your salary. Can you see? He has passed all of them. Those that are, ignorant people, they have passed all of them. 70%, 80%, 90%. Give them all good marks. And that's how they all passed. That's what we do today. That's what we get in the labor market. You see them carrying first class and 2-1 and so on. People that have nothing in their head. Because if you don't do that, they will not catch up. So we don't have the same lifestyle and the same worldview. So the structure of Nigeria is faulty. We cannot make any progress. They're analyzing. What are we analyzing?
So you're saying that there is no hope for Nigeria to move past this because we all...
There's no hope.
There's no hope.
There is no hope. Unless the foundation is corrected. The Bible says, if the foundation is destroyed, what can the righteous do? I'm quoting the scriptures. The foundation is the issue. Whoever stands there, whoever is sitting on this faulty foundation to be president, you cannot do anything unless you change the foundation, the structure. So let us tell ourselves the truth. If Peter B enters there, the same problem he will face it unless he changes the structure. Bola Tinubu is facing the same problem unless he changes the structure. You see, people are complaining, Bola Tinubu. He is not the problem. The problem is the foundation of Nigeria, the structure. Whoever goes there will have the same problem. If the Bible is clear, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Nothing, unless you put the foundation right. I'm quoting spiritual laws, spiritual principles.
All right, now let's talk about INEC. Now, earlier in previous interviews with you, you've mentioned that INEC cannot be independent because of the interference of the federal government in appointing the leaders. But looking at the present structure, how would you say that INEC can assert its constitutional independence even with the influence of the appointments from the presidency?
That's good. Yes, I said that naturally he who pays the piper dictates the tune, and that INEC is called Independent National Electoral Commission, independent. But I said that INEC is not independent because they do the bidding of whoever appoints them. That's where the same thing we are talking about corruption. Somebody that says, I want to obey the truth, I want to stand on the truth, no matter whose ox is God. No matter who I will trample or who I will step on his toes. Now, he will look at Bola Tinubu Ahmed face to eyeball and say, Your Excellency, even though you appointed me, this result is against you, and I'll pronounce against you. Who will do that? Who will do that? You see, so it takes courage, it takes somebody that has strong backbone to make a pronouncement against his appointer. It takes somebody that has courage to look to the president eyeball to eyeball and say, this is how it's going to be. There is somebody who was in the Senate, Chuba Okandibo, In the days of Obasanjo, Olusegun Obasanjo as president, Chuba Okadibo was Senate president. And Chuba Okadibo was too tough for Obasanjo. He could look to Obasanjo, eyeball to eyeball, and say, Mr. President, we will not do it this your way. You know, he understood separation of power in governance. There were actually 3 heads of government. Even now, there are 3 heads of government. One is for the executive. One is for legislature. Then one is for the judiciary. So the head of judiciary is the head of government, but heading the judiciary. The head of the legislature, that is the speaker of the Senate president, is the head of the legislature. Then the head of the executive, that is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the head of the executive. There are actually 3 heads of government and 3 arms of government. We call it 3 arms of government. In fact, even in our budget, it's called 3 arms zone, where they stay. Each one is the head of a government. The same thing down to state. Judiciary, legislature, and executive. 3 heads. And each one is independent, and each one now checkmates the excesses of the other.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, recently, Pandef publicly commended Seraki Dixon for establishing the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, describing it as a rapidly growing political movement and a significant force in Nigeria's democratic landscape. Now, we'll be unpacking all of that this morning with Chief Ominimini Obiowebi, who is the spokesperson, Pandef. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Very much for having me.
All right. Now, what specifically impressed Pandef about Seraki Dixon and the NDC to warrant such a public commendation?
Thank you very much. Number one, you must understand where the people of Niger Delta are from. We are coming from the background that is so oppressed. Of course, you know political parties are synonymous to their programs. We've had PDP in Nigeria, and we're now having APC. The PDP government in Nigeria neglected the people of Niger Delta. The East-West Road, for example, for over 20 years of construction has not been completed. We have gas flaring militating against the people of Niger Delta. Our lifespan is so short today. We have seaports in Niger Delta, just like the Cypress Seaport, the Warri Seaport, the Brutus Seaport, the Cocoa Seaport, the Porako Seaport, the Calabar Seaport. They have been abandoned. All these years of PDP administration, they did not consider the people of Niger Delta. And we now have APC administration. We've had 8 years of Buhari in APC. We also got in 3 years of Tinubu administration. We have not seen any hope of the APC administration put a smile on our faces. Our children are not employable in the oil sector. Meanwhile, the oil and gas is purely limited to the people of Niger Delta that are producing majorly oil and gas in Nigeria. So, Niger Delta people have been praying. We have been looking for leadership that will recognize the people of Niger Delta with respect to their oil and gas. In fact, it is the universities in Niger Delta that started programs in petroleum management, petroleum production. So we have expertise in Niger Delta that can manage the affairs of the NNPC, of the NGC, Nigeria Gas, of the NUPRC, of the midstream and downstream, and all the NNPC parastatals. But we are nowhere to be found. So it is a thing of joy that one of the leaders in Niger Delta has been given the grace to form a political party, NDC. That is why we, the people of Niger Delta, are so happy with His Excellency Senator Saraki Dixon for giving the people of Niger Delta and Nigerians at large for an option which we feel will be a better option. So today, the people of Niger Delta are registering massively into NDC. So we have seen NDC as a party of hope for our people, because we have seen the track record of Saraki Dixon as a senator in Nigeria. His direction, his speeches, his body language. This is not a man, if his party is given the opportunity, that will neglect the people of Niger Delta. So PANDEF, being the apex socio-political umbrella of the people of Niger Delta, is interacting with the various leadership of many political parties to see the one that has interests of the Niger Delta at heart. PANDEF is also interacting with regional bodies such as Ohaneze Ndigbo, such as Afenifere, such as Middle Belt Forum, to have a unity, to have a come together in order to rescue the people of Niger Delta from the oppression, from economic deprivation, from lack of projects that is bedeviling the people of Niger Delta. As we speak, unemployment is killing our people. If only the ports in Niger Delta our people will be massively employed. If only
Chief Obioebi, are you still with us?
Thank you. If only the seaports are revamped, our youth will be massively employed. Today, go to the streets of Warri, Ughelli, Sapele, Yenagoa, Port Harcourt, Uyo, and Calabar. Our youths are riding keke as if that is the only job available to them. Look at company as big as DSC. DSC is being killed. We expected the government of PDP to revamp DSC. The entire lands of the Udu people have been collected for establishment of DSC. The place worked for many years, even under the military. But since PDP came into government, DSC is no longer functioning. We have thousands of people who were working in DSC from Niger Delta. Today, they have been retired to their home for hunger. So many years of PDP could not revamp DSC. Over of Tinubu administration, over 8 years, did not also remember DSC. We are looking for alternative leadership platform that can take over the government of Nigeria and remain of Niger Delta. So as interacting with political party leaders. Pandev has also interacted. And we commend the effort of His Excellency Serake Dixon. We are praying that God should help him to achieve the predetermined objective of the party. Believe Niger Delta will be back. Just look at a situation where we train station leaking the people of Niger Delta. The rail line we have running from Itakpe, stop at Itakpe, and it's even an old pattern of trade. The rail line that was used by colonial master in the 1890 and early 1900, that is, they gave to the people of Niger Delta, running a very short distance from Ujewu to Itakpe. So the people of Niger Delta are angry with Nigeria government. They treat us as if we are second-class citizens. This will not be allowed any longer by the leadership and the people of Niger Delta. That was
All
why
right, Chief
you see
Obioremi.
that
Now-
Pandev commended His Excellency Serake Dixon.
Now, from what you've said, I mean, PANDEF is, a socio-political advocacy organization rather than, a partisan actor. So I'd like you to clarify, how do you draw the line between political engagement and political endorsement in this situation?
Pandev is very, but Pandev is not partisan. In fact, our leaders of blessed memory also had a political party, and that political party brought a lot of goodies to the people of Niger Delta. Dakpabriye, who was our leader, was politically involved. And Pandev, under the leadership of Senator Edwin Clark of blessed memory, was also very, very political. We do not want one political party. If we see a political party that has the interest of the people of Niger Delta, we do not hesitate to put things on ground to ensure that that leadership succeeds. So we are non-partisan but political. We are politically involved. That was why you see that in last election, 2023, Pandev in collaboration with Ohanes Indigo, Pandev in collaboration with Middle Belt Forum and Afenifere endorsed Peter Obi, who was the presidential candidate of Labour Party. So Pandev will always be politically involved purposely to bring support to the suffering people of Niger Delta. As we are talking, the gas flag penalty that is being paid by the oil companies, we do not know where it is being used. Billions have been paid to the federal government for purpose of gas flaring. So the federal government is at peace receiving revenue from oil operating companies because it is now a source of income to federal government. Meanwhile, our people are dying. Our people are being killed. There is nowhere all over the world where gas flare penalty, where gas flaring is being carried out as it is in Nigeria. That gas that is being flared can be converted to domestic use. That gas that is being flared can be converted to industrial use. Today, we, the people of Niger Delta and Nigeria, are buying cooking gas at very exorbitant amount. So to the extent that some people can no longer afford it, our people now go to forests to fetch firewood, facing a lot of risk and disaster, snake bite, injury, etc. And we have gas that is being flared. Nigeria government is wicked. Nigeria government is wicked to the people of Niger Delta. In fact, so many governments in the past and in the present do not like the people of Niger Delta. They are treating us as if we are not citizens of this country. We are not saying that we should enjoy the oil and gas alone. But this is a situation where we do not enjoy it. Parts of this country that have resources that are more bringing money than the oil and taking their resources for themselves. Let's gold, for example. We have gold in so many parts of Nigeria and in Southwest. But every month, it is the oil and gas money that is on the table that is being shared by Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission. Nothing comes from gold. Meanwhile, people are mining the gold. So, and our oil and gas is not available for us. They give us what they call meager 30%, but actually what they give is not up to 30%. However, people take the natural resources 100%. We have lithium, we have tin, we have columbite, we have iron ore, we have in northern Nigeria. The people from this area, many them, our children that even have the technology to convert the crude oil to kerosene, they are being destroyed every day, also leading to the devastation of environmental issues. So we have environmental degradation in Niger Delta today, and the federal government does nothing about it. That is why PANDEF has commended His Excellency Serake DC, because we have seen NDC, humanity platform, if supported by God to bring succor to the people of gold. It's only those who come from that area. The Oil Act is meant for the entire area. This is unfair, and in any way, the NNPC manages the oil and gas as if it belongs to people from other regions. NNPC board, as we speak, the chief executive of NNPC board is not from Niger Delta. So people of Niger Delta are calling on the federal government to also give us the chief executive of NNPCL. The composition of the board of NNPCL, we do not have any executive position. The one that is given to us is non-executive, as if the oil and gas is not coming from our region. So
how then does PANDEF intend to influence, this conversation, this national conversation, particularly as these political alignments are taking shape ahead of 2027? How does PANDEF come in, and what role will PANDEF play in influencing these conversations as the election draws near?
After the consultation with the leadership of various political parties, PANDEF will declare and direct the people of Niger Delta, the political party to vote for. Under the leadership of Chief Clerk, it was done. And under the leadership of Ambassador Igali and the chairman of our BOT, it will also be done. PANDEF will declare and direct the indigenes of Niger Delta as to who the political party they should vote for in 2027 general election. Enough is enough. APC government is killing the people of Niger Delta. In fact, we may not be far from the truth if we call on President Tinubu to resign Because we do not see the benefit of the government of APC to the people of Niger Delta. We have a refinery in Port Harcourt. We have refinery in Warri. As we speak, this refinery are not functioning. Anything that concerns the people of Niger Delta has been abandoned. So we are saying that we deserve a better life. The goods and load getting air should be properly taken care of. We want to take our destiny on our own hand now. We have kept quiet for too long, and we will do it in line with the existing law in Nigeria. Look at the 1999 Constitution. The 1999 Constitution is not the people's constitution. What our leaders fought for at independence was control your resources and pay tax to the center. As we speak, it is only the natural resources from Niger Delta that is feeding the entire Nigeria. Nigeria government borrows money, trillions, every to give to people. They said they have borrowed money to give to women for trade. Our women are not part of it. We do not know anybody, any woman that has benefited from that are being borrowed to give to women, that are being borrowed for trade, as it is being published in and television. So we have been benefits across boards in this country. Our people who worked in the various industries are not given proper promotions. Their counterparts from other are promoted against them. As you know, our people are very intelligent. When you talk of intelligence in this country, you mention people from years ago. We started producing professors, we have lawyers, we have administrators. Anywhere you find our people working in ministry, in parastatals, there is nobody to have the appropriate promotion. But they just bring people who are not even educated as our people and use them to top. And it is our people.
Are you still with us, Chief Obioebi?
That Nigerian government does not have the interest of the people of Niger Delta at heart. In fact, our people are suffering. Those of them in the police are not properly promoted. Those of them in the army are not properly promoted. The very few that have opportunity to work in NNPC, in fact, they are treated like slaves. So we call for the overhaul of the system. We want to control our resources. We are so that we can pay tax to the center, because that was what our leaders agreed upon at independence.
Now, you've mentioned, the issue of marginalization. You've said that the government doesn't like Niger Deltans and treats, and Niger Deltans are being treated as non-citizens, or as if they are not citizens of the country. Now, I would like to ask you, what would you say is the reason behind this marginalization that you've talked about a number of times? Would you say that it is because of the resources in the Niger Delta, or would you say that there are other underlying factors at play?
It's a deliberate policy because even the oil and gas we claim to have, the OML have been given to people outside this region. All the oil mineral leasing, all the oil blocks have been given to people outside our region. So some of these people, they feel that the only way they can protect this their illegal wealth is to suppress the people of Niger Delta. How do you also explain that all the ports in Niger Delta are not functioning and all the ports in Lagos are functioning? In fact, the coastal line in Nigeria, Niger Delta has over 90% of the coastal line in Nigeria. And the deep sea and the deep water is much available in Niger Delta than anywhere in Nigeria. So if there is actual port activities that should go on in Nigeria, that should be in Niger Delta. But the reverse is the case. We met with President Buhari under the leadership of Chief Clark in Pandef and gave him 16-point agenda. One of it is that all the oil operating companies should relocate their headquarters to area where they operate. But to date, that has not been done. When Vice President Osibajo was acting president, in fact, he gave executive order that all of them should relocate to area where they operate. But that directive didn't see the light of the day. They operate from Lagos, they pay tax to Lagos, and our states in Niger Delta do not receive single tax from these oil operating companies. They prefer using chopper to bring their people to work and take them back to Lagos. This is unfair. All the chief executives of the oil operating companies are from outside Niger Delta. The juicy employment in the oil operating company are outside Niger Delta. Our people have been casualized. Most of our people working that have opportunity to work in this oil operating company, they work as casuals, as temporary staff. This is a sin against the people of Niger Delta. But we cannot continue to speak and speak and speak again. We will take our destiny on our own hand. We know what to do. We will look at the laws and explore it to ensure that we relieve ourselves from this shamble that is being deliberately meted against the people of Niger Delta. That is why you see Pandef as the upper socio-political body of the people of Niger Delta is working hard. Our national chairman is a man that is sound. He has been an ambassador, he has been a permanent secretary, he has been a chairman of governing council of university. So Ambassador God knows Igali is a man that can be called an intellectual. And in collaboration with the Timi ESCO, we shall, by the grace of God, ensure we work hard for the people of Niger Delta to be liberated from the economic oppression.
Now, looking at the political landscape in Nigeria, we've seen that new political parties often struggle to survive, with Nigeria's political structure currently. And seeing the commendations on the NDC, which is a new political party, what conviction or evidence convinces Pandef that this movement is gaining traction, not just regionally, but nationally, and would stand, the test of Nigeria's political structure come 2027?
New political party, yes, do suffer some setback, but this NDC is a wildfire in a dry forest. As we speak, we have discovered that millions of people have registered as members of NDC. And NDC sold form to aspirants, sold the expression of interest form to aspirants of recent. In fact, the number of people that bought form in NDC are more than the number of people that bought form in PDP and APC put together. That tells you that the NDC is a party of choice in Nigeria. I'm not the spokesperson of NDC, but what I'm telling you is a statement of fact. We also know that we have other people of Niger Delta in other political parties, such as PDP, and also such as APC. But as I spoke to you earlier on this program, without minding well, PDP government failed the people of Niger Delta. East-West Road was not constructed, no seaport was revamped, the refinery companies were moribund under PDP. DSC died under PDP, and APC also continued. That is why so many Niger Delta are now registering for NDC. And as it is, NDC, from our observation, has viable aspirants. And since NDC finished her primary, we have also seen that viable candidates also emerged in that primary. So NDC will not suffer what new political party suffer in Nigeria. So NDC is a party that has to be reckoned with from what we have seen. And the leadership is so viable. The national leader of NDC, His Excellency Seraki DC, has been a lawyer who practiced very well in Port Court. When he was a practicing lawyer, in fact, so many SAN even fear to face him. And after that, he joined politics. He became a member House of Rep. He has served as Attorney General of Bayelsa State. He has also served as governor 2 tenure of Bayelsa State. And today, he is a serving senator. There is no leadership that could be more viable than that. So NDC is a viable political party that has to be reckoned with. Today, APC fears this entrance of NDC. If there is any political party they fear, it's NDC. So the visit of the leadership of PANDEF to NDC is in the right direction. PANDEF is also visiting other political parties, and the visitation continues. It is after the sum up of this visitation, PANDEF will come out with a resolution prior to 2027 general election and give the people of Niger Delta and Nigeria, in collaboration with Ohanaeze Ndigbo, in collaboration with Middle Belt Forum, that this is the direction, this is the way to go in this country. Of course, when Chief Clark and Pa Adebayo, who was leading the Afenifere, gave directive to Nigerians and Niger Delta that they should vote for Labour Party, that they didn't see any light at the end of the tenure for APC administration. People have now come to believe on what they said. And in line with that direction, PANDEF will withdraw to the planning room and come up with a statement of declaration to our people on the party to vote for in 2027 general election.
All right, and now just before we go, what would you and PANDEF as a body consider a successful political outcome for Niger Delta in 2027?
I didn't hear well. Come again.
All right, I asked what you and PANDEF, you individually and PANDEF as a body, what would you say would be a successful political outcome for Niger Delta in 2027?
In fact, with what we have decided to do, by the time we have completed them, Niger Deltans will smile. Niger Deltans will live well, because this government of Nigeria has no plan for the people of Niger Delta at the moment. You do not need to do adverts to sell kerosene, to sell petrol, to sell diesel. And all over the world, modular refinery is an additional source of availability of petroleum products. We do not have single modular refinery established by the government of Nigeria for our people to have economic benefit. Now, they import fuel into Nigeria. That is a sin against the people of Niger Delta. We are working hard, and by the time 2027 comes and go, 2027 come and go, we will enjoy, because we do not want to continue with this present raping, with this present economic extermination of the people of Niger Delta. Nigeria government is committing genocide against the people of Niger Delta. Our people are dying daily as a result of gas flaring, as a result of the environmental degradation. They claim to be cleaning Ogoni. For many years, not even 10 by 10 feet has been cleaned in Ogoni. Every state, every oil-producing community is devastated like Ogoni. So when will they finish cleaning Ogoni before they move to Ijo, before they move to Urobo, before they move to Isoko, before they move to Ndokwa, before they move to Orom, before they move to Shekiri, and before they move to Edo? So, in fact, the federal government has no Niger Delta development at heart. The NDC contractors in NDDC are dying every year because NDDC will give them contract and there is no payment. There are people who work for many years, completed their job. There is no money to pay them because what ought to be given to NDDC by the federal government is not being given to them. They give them peanut. Go and look at the records. The federal government is owing NDDC a lot of money, trillions of naira. And the Northeast Development Commission that was established by the federal government some years back, the federal government does not owe Northeast Development Commission, but they owe NDDC a lot of money. And now the South-South Development Commission has been established after we have cried, until Tinubu has sent to the bill. Today, no fund is being given to the South-South Development Commission for takeoff. That is another sin against the people of Niger Delta. We are praying. We are working hard. The leadership of PANDEF under Ambassador God knows Igali, in collaboration with the TIMI ESCO, are working hard to ensure that there is light at the end of the tunnel for the people of Niger Delta.
Thank you so much.
The permanent secretary.
Thank you so much, Chief Ominimini Obioremi, for joining us this morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much. I'm always available.
Of course. Chief Ominimini Obioebi is the spokesperson, PANDEF, and we just talked on the 2027 political build-up as PANDEF hails Senator Seraki Dixon. Don't go anywhere as Signature Morning. We'll be back after this break.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Toyin Adewale, a veteran Nollywood actress, has revealed how her son, Nigerian musician Mayukun, first came in contact with Davido. Mayukun garnered global popularity after performing a rendition of Davido's song The Money. The cover later led to his contract with Davido's Music Worldwide, where he remained from 2016 until 2021. During an interview, Adewale revealed that Davido first approached Mayukun via social media after seeing the viral cover. According to her, the family did not immediately believe the message was genuine, as they suspected someone might have been impersonating the singer. She said that Mayukun later met with Davido, marking the beginning of their relationship that helped the start of his music career. Davido recently drew attention during the FIFA World Cup countdown concert in Los Angeles, where he wore a custom-made jacket bearing the names of kidnapped school children and teachers from Oyo State, a gesture aimed at highlighting their plight on the global stage. While giving fans a memorable performance at the World Cup event, Davido wore a customized leather jacket decorated with buttons bearing the names of the pupils and teachers recently abducted in the Owerri local government area of Oyo State. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has praised Afrobeat sensation Davido for using his performance at the 2026 FIFA World Cup countdown concert to protest Nigeria's insecurity and mass abductions. Obi, who spoke via his official X handle, called Davido's actions an act of patriotism, transcending entertainment to demand crucial international scrutiny. Obi noted that Davido's impactful gesture in drawing global attention to Nigerian security challenges warrants commendation. He said that by utilizing his international platform, Davido effectively highlighted Nigeria's security crisis, transcending mere entertainment. South African government has expressed concern over the growing economic consequences of xenophobia allegations against the country, saying the backlash is affecting businesses and entertainers across Africa. South Africa's Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamoloko Kubayi, says several South African artists have lost performance opportunities on the continent, while businesses operating abroad are also facing challenges linked to the perception of xenophobia. Speaking during an interview, SABC Kubai insisted that recent actions taken by authorities were aimed at tackling illegal immigration and should not be interpreted as xenophobic attacks against African nationals. She also stated that the entertainment industry has been particularly affected, with several performers reportedly losing bookings as a result of the controversy. Kubayi disclosed that one entertainer informed her that all scheduled performances outside South Africa has been called off, resulting in a significant loss of income. The comments come amid renewed scrutiny of South Africa following reports of anti-immigrant incidents that prompted Nigeria, Ghana, Malawi, and other African countries to evacuate some of their citizens from the country. The controversy has also spilled into sports. Last week, South Africa's captain Ronwe Williams expressed disappointment after Bafana Bafana's 2-0 defeat to Mexico in their opening match at 2026 FIFA World Cup. Williams said he was surprised that many African supporters appeared to back Mexico rather than South Africa and called for greater solidarity among African nations during international competitions. And that's the entertainment news. Tochukwu Eche for Signature TV News, Enugu.
Welcome back. Up next, we had an interview with Caleb Ubunna on Southeast Development Commission in the eyes of the public. Do take a look.
Okay. Thanks for joining us. So let's go straight to the conversation. But before we even get into that, I want to believe you heard the president's speech, addressing the nation. And then, but before we even get into the speech of the president, it's important we know what you think about Democracy Day. How would you rate what today is compared to the sacrifices of our great-grand politicians?
Well, we must have to start with acknowledging the fact that no democracy starts out with perfection. And every issue we've had, or we have presently, is not a new thing. They are not new issues because they've been. And because when you start looking at contemporarily, when we talk about democracy, we've always seen also that democracy have also been perverted in most places. And okay, over time, we look at the history of the world at large, even in places like in Athens, where as maybe hopeful. And in this, we must try to say this with all sense of respect. When you look at the acceptance rate of the president, even before he assumed office, over the course of the elections that brought him to power, there were questions of acceptability amongst the people. And then he got into power. The first policies you look at didn't address the core issues at heart. Yes, he wanted to remove subsidy. He was eating deep into our economy. But what's the impact? We've seen macroeconomic policy indices that have shown that there have been remarkable progress from the place of removal of subsidy and the stabilization of the naira and all that. We've seen foreign portfolio investments coming into the country. You've given us indices that, the country is working. We're seeing macroeconomic places. But what we're yet to see is the impact. And the impact is when we talk about the microeconomics. Are we richer or poorer? How many persons do we have who have gone up the rungs of the ladder when it comes to poverty rate? What is the measure of security that we put in place? We saw the other day 2 incidences of kidnap, one that of the minister's sister and that of children. And what are we seeing as rescue efforts to rescue those children? Unlike the minister's sister and her children, who didn't stay up to a weekend, the kidnappers then. And so you see that there is a big disconnect. And what we need to understand is that as much as we must acknowledge the fact that moving from the previous administration, which was more of a welfarist practice in governance, that it was almost state sanctioned, that you had several welfare programs, and we're moving towards a system where capital is being justified. Every kobo spent is being justified as making progress. We need to understand that those shocks, those levers, those protection measures those shocks that were taken off immediately he got into power really destabilized the economy. And we see this tone-deaf response or posture when it comes to government spending. There's been fiscal irresponsibility. You can't talk about the fact that if you're telling us that you have a budget, the recurrent expenditures are still there, while the capital expenditures that should stimulate the private sector, that should stimulate growth in the private sector, you are yet to feel it. That is exactly why the economy is collapsing. So it's not in speeches. It's not in speeches. We need to see real-time action. There's no justification for somebody. You can't come and tell a man that your economy is growing, you've increased your foreign reserve, that you have, they've improved, your Fitch ratings has improved, and then you find out that when you now get back to the real-time economy, still buying food, there's food inflation. What you used to buy a loaf of bread 5 years ago has almost done 2 times of it. done almost 10 times of it, and then you look at every other thing, he can't travel at night, and then many other indices as well. So when you look at these things concomitantly, you now find out that it doesn't inspire hope as much as we want. We want to see real-time action. That's the most important thing for every Nigerian at this time.
All right, that's the most important thing for every Nigerian at this very point. Of course, that's very, very important. But then let's get to the conversation that we have at hand and still talking about the SEDC. And, this commission was established not long ago, right? And there's already some sort of allegations or uncomfortable conversations regarding the spending and financial activities going on in the commission. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I think one of the first things we must understand is to establish the grounds of legitimacy. And that is that every region is peculiar. So you could do a development commission for the Niger Delta when they were complaining, and they would accept it because it was acceptable to understand that you're taking oil from our place, and you need to take care of the place where you're taking oil away from. And it's the major economic zone, the economic hub of the country, the productive hub of the country. But when it comes to the Southeast, it was a different thing altogether. The first thing is that the party in power is struggling to have that legitimacy. And SEDC is still seen as an offshoot of the party in power. But I must tell you the simple truth. I've sampled opinions. Amongst young persons, SEDC is battling legitimacy. What I mean by legitimacy is social legitimacy and moral legitimacy. So you're battling with young persons who are yet to accept you that you are a part of them. Then you go down to the middle-aged persons, maybe people with close to the retirement age and all that, and they're asking, because these persons are looking at what are the measures to protect them. Some of them are going to retire very soon. Some of them are already in business. Some of them also maybe have some fallback measures. But what about those who do not have? Now, we must distinguish this. The SEDC cannot work like the federal and state governments. As a matter of fact, I would like to explain this way by saying that the name Development Commission stipulates its assignment. In the first place, you must look at this, that when you talk about growth and development, I started by talking about macroeconomic indicators. When you talk about growth, they are majorly macroeconomic indicators. But development is a different ballgame altogether. So you see this, that there must be the perfect understanding of the framework around what a development commission does. And so when you talk about growth, growth is like giving birth to a child. You give birth to a child, he was maybe 3 or 4 kg when he was born. And after 9 months, you're looking at, has he grown in size? So maybe you go to the doctor, they check the BMI. The BMI is body mass index. So you look at what is his weight with respect to his height and all this. These are growth indicators. At 4, you still measure again. Has he grown? Has he increased in size? Is he grown? What's his height when it comes to meters or feet? Now, that is growth. But there's another part of it. How about that child growing? And the child can't talk at 6. The child can't walk at 6. So when you talk about growth, you're talking about quantity. But when you talk about development, you're talking about quality. Now, the development aspect of the SCDC, which is a development commission, is to ensure that if the subnationals, the federal government, if they are working on growth, what is growth? Oh, agricultural inputs will increase. Oh, for instance, we're building a cluster in our back where people now, we've onboarded over 1,000 tailors, we've trained 1,000 tailors. Oh, we have a shoemaking factory where attracting businesses, we've attracted maybe $1 billion in foreign capital, foreign development investment into the Southeast. Oh, for instance, now we want to make Ebonyi State the hub of rice production. We want to increase our production by 1 million metric tons of rice. We want to improve our cassava. These are growth indicative measures. What is development? Development now comes to how do we structurally build on these measures? Okay, we've increased 1 million metric tons of rice, but what is their production process? So they are no longer using hoes and farms. So they are now using mechanized implements. The rate of production per hectare has improved due to maybe fertilizers or even education among. So when you come to development, there must be this conscious educating of the populace to understand how to improve the quality of their production. So the SCDC cannot compete with the state government because let's take for instance, how much are they talking about? 11 billion cannot even do anything when it comes to maybe building a rail line across the southeast. How many roads? If you know how much it costs to build a single kilometer of road, some state governments are building for over $1 billion. So imagine how many kilometers will you build? What's the length of road from Anambra, from ENUGU to Onitsha? It's in tens of kilometers, or even not even 100, up to 100, or even more than that kilometers. So the point in all this is they cannot compete on that front. Even if you get, how much is their budget? 140 billion. They cannot compete on that front. What they can compete on, or what they can use to compete at this point, or their competitive advantage, is that they can now focus on building on the second layer of societal improvement, which is on the development part. So how do you develop an existing economy that is growing? And that is what the focus should be about. But then let's also look at their modus operandi, the first thing, which is that when you start out, and good a thing, I must give them credit, which is the fact that a lot of people are piling on them, but I think they started out well, which is that the first thing you do when you get into a public office is to do a stakeholder mapping, which they did. And you do your stakeholder engagement, which they also did. But I struggle to see the point where your stakeholder engagement is now a point for media interaction. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. Because one thing will happen, that is where the complaints are coming from, that they've been doing conferences. Those conferences are necessary, very necessary, because you want to have what is called stakeholder buy-in. And that's the point. You want to have that. But if you don't have that, you're going to struggle. So that's been the area of struggle, first of all. And they must learn to balance that. Obviously, it must be balanced.
So if I understand what you're saying, are you saying the money that was pumped into this commission is small for them to work with, looking at how the cost of things are right now in Nigeria?
I must tell you, the simple truth is this. What can you do with it? How much has been given to them? The argument is that they had a budget of over 140 billion. How much was given to them? They were given barely 16 billion, right? That's the figure in question. Now, 16 billion, and the 16 billion was meant to be a cost. If you look at their budget very well, which I think has been discussed at some point, for a budget of about 140 billion, their capital project was 108 billion. Then you talk about their overhead at 23 billion and personnel costs at 7.3 billion. Now, I am saying this, that the SCDC cannot compete with the state government. They can't even deliver some of the capital projects we're talking about. What is meant to be their assignment is to facilitate a private sector, a public-private partnership between the state government and the private investors. Okay. How much do you think it costs to build a rail line? Okay. If you want to build a rail line across 3 states, the feasibility study alone has taken almost 10% of their capital project.
All right.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And with that, we draw the curtains on Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios this morning. Thank you for joining us and for starting your day with us. Don't forget to stay tuned, as our Abuja studios will be coming right up in a moment. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Cool but rainy
morning in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. My name is Mwabos Njoko, and this is Signature Morning. Let us start this way. It is the season of politics. For now, it is intra-party politics. The political parties are choosing their candidates for elections at the different levels of governance in our country. But it is also what I may call the season of reckoning. Because a number of the candidates will begin to make promises. A number of the candidates will begin to tell you what they have done. They will have a saying that if you know you can cure the devil's arrow, let me tell you what the Igbos call the devil's arrow, whitlow. If you can cure it, if you can heal it, let's see your fingers and see whether your own fingers are straight. You cannot have crooked fingers caused by whitlow and you say, oh, I am an expert in curing or healing people with whitlow. That's not true. So it is also the season of reckoning for those of them who are already in government and who want to continue rendering service. What manner of service have they rendered to warrant asking the electorate to give them another mandate? In the course of this program, you get to know why we want to interrogate this issue. For now, let me introduce my guest. My guest this morning is Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Odemena is the publisher of Head News magazine, and he is very interested in public affairs, especially in the outcome of governance in our country. Outcome measured by the level of development, different levels of our federation experience in different administrations. Prince, and I welcome you to the program.
Good morning.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Prince, I said this could be the season of reckoning. Can I ask how you feel, what expectations you have as the political parties begin to make their choices? Because all these will lead to actual elections and the enthronement of governments at different levels. What should the political parties be doing now in selecting their candidates?
Yeah, the political party selecting the candidate is one thing, and letting the candidates to know the manifesto of the party, manifestos of the party is another thing. Some of them are jumping from one political party to the other without knowing the manifestos of that political party you are joining. And then at the end of this, things will not all go well to the political party, to the candidates themselves, and to the nation in general. How can you enter a bus that you don't know the destination of that bus? For instance, it cannot see a luxurious bus going to Owerri or Abia or Kaduna. You jump into it when you go to Lagos. So you must know the manifestos of the political party you are joining.
Yeah, but Prince, that also brings me to something. You just raised a different issue totally. Do we really know the manifestos? Are the political parties hinting, because it's not time for campaign yet, so they may say it's not time for us to unwrap what we have and bring this content out of the envelope? What kind of manifestos should the Nigerian electorate be expecting for the political parties, and therefore being able to align the candidates to the manifestos of those parties? What kind of expectations should Nigeria be having?
You know, manifestos is a strategy. It's what you are going to use in selling yourself to the public.
But it's a promise as well.
Yeah, yes, of course. But from how many years now? In the past, from up, more than 2 decades now, many people will contest election on the political party, and they will not know the manifestos of that political party. And this is one of the problems we are having in Nigeria as a nation. You can ask anybody. Also, they're supposed to be telling people, this our manifesto, this one. That's what they're supposed to tell people first. When you join, if I'm a national party of a chairman, and you are coming to my party, I said, this is our this is our manifestos. This is what we believe. This is what
we stand for.
What we stand for. Then during the campaign, then it starts to
break those things down,
telling it to the people. But then we have hazardly tell people during the campaign, this is our manifesto, without
the candidates knowing or being convinced that they can deliver on those
manifestos.
Okay, Prince, that is our expectations from the political parties. But this conversation this morning is being rooted in the subnationals. And I'll tell you why I want to root this conversation in the subnationals. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has on more than 10 occasions said that his government is generating more revenue than any other government in recent history. And that his statement has been supported by virtually every other state governor in this country by admitting that they are getting much more money than they have ever gotten before. Every time you and I and some of our other colleagues sit down to do analysis of the outcome of governance and all that, we seem to focus our attention on the federal government. Whereas if you look at the quantum of money going to now to the states, the state governments ought also be held to account. Now, a number of the state governments will be having their final, this is their last tenure. This is after May of next year, they are gone and gone for good. But some of them want to continue. Is it not time we began asking questions? If you want to continue, tell us what we've accomplished. Since you are getting much more money, show us, as you will say, show us your hand. Is it not time?
Yeah. Let me just digress a little bit.
Yes.
I met one American during the Buhari regime. He told me that in the United States, some people do not know the name of their president. All they know is that they vote for party and their county chairman and their governor. They don't know who they know. They don't know any other person. But first of all, let me use the medium to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for giving governors more money for those who are working with the money, and less job for those governors who believe in frivolities. You see, it is painful at times.
Yes, please.
Let me start from Cross River, Governor Utu. There's a program he called Kick Out Hunger and Bamboo something initiative. He brought Chinese people. And this Bamboo initiative of Governor Utu can give Nigerians more than 10 million jobs when they finish this thing. And the population of Joes looking for jobs in Cross River may not be up to 500,000. So I commend Governor Utu for that one. And the president should help him more, help Governor Utu on that. He go to Adamawa.
Okay.
Adamawa.
Adamawa
State. Governor Fintiri. He built one model school in each of the local government. 5 flyovers, international shopping complex with a conference center. That one is still ongoing. A lot of projects going there. You go to what they call it, Oshu State. There was a time the president, no, not the president, the federal government is I don't know whether they have finished their court case with the governor.
Yes.
And
that's over local government revenue.
And the federal government blocked
allocation
going to Oshu local government. But it does not stop the governor, the dancing governor. It didn't stop him from working. Adeleke is working without that, that
allocation to local government.
And when he's having some problem, he called his elder brother. They do that. He also called Davido. They brought in money for him to start handling a local government fund. I am from Southeast. Let me say that I prefer to call myself an Igbo man, because instead of calling myself from Southeast, because if you want to know the real people from Southeast, it starts from Benue, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, River. Some of our Igbo brothers, they're in Benue. We have 13 indigenous people of.
Let's leave that.
Okay, let's leave that. So we know what is happening in all those things. Go to Abia State, for instance. Some people come and say, Tinubu is giving LSOT money. He's giving LSOT money. He's giving Abia State money. My question to them is Tinubu giving LSOT money from his pocket? Is it not the same allocation he's giving to the 36 state governors? Is it not the same thing they are giving them? Is it not the same money that Wike is receiving in the center? Wike is performing very well in Abuja. Is it not from the same source, federal government, that said the LSOT is this thing out of envy? My brother, I'm not a fan of LSOT, but as an Igbo man, I'm proud of LSOT. How can a LSOT? He just celebrated under 2 years of his being a governor. He did what three governors could not do in 24 years. Under 2 years, that time. Now, under 3 years, now he just celebrated 3 years. His record showed that he commissioned 414 roads. When we are busy doing our stala here, going to our Muslim eating and doing merriment, and that's what it was commissioning project in Abia State. Okay, we can't. Abia State is about former state government, they are owing about $190-something billion. Google it, you will see it. And let's want to reduce it to 42. He cleared $140-something billion from the Abia State debt. And what they call them, debt management.
Yes.
They recommended the lesson.
No, can you hold your peace there?
Yes, sir.
Because why I say you hold your peace, you have raised something that should be an integral part of this conversation. You know that the issue we're addressing now is holding the state governments to account. Now, we began that conversation by taking up statements made by the president himself that the federal government is giving more money to the states. And the state government themselves admitting that they're getting much more money than at any time in the history of this country. You are trying to give me examples of states that are performing. But permit me, I'm going to give you the list of the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. And I ask you whether it is not a contradiction. Lagos state government is owing 2.65 trillion naira in debt. These statistics are from the Debt Management Office. Kaduna is owing 1.03 trillion. Rivers State government is owing 641.29 billion. Edo, 596.9 billion. Ogun, 491.28 billion. Cross River, 455.34 billion, Bauchi 407.83 billion, Enugu 355.35 billion, Delta 291.95 billion, and Imo 262.64 billion. These are the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. Now, I cannot measure development statistically like this. If the level of indebtedness is to be measured against the amount of money you have borrowed, Lagos State should be the most developed, followed by Kaduna, followed by Rivers, followed by Edo, Ogun, Cross River, in that order till get to Imo. These 10 most indebted states in the country are supposed to be the most developed because they have borrowed so much money in addition to all the monies given to them by the state government. Now it is time of reckoning. Elections are coming. Should we be asking questions? This is your level of indebtedness. Can you weigh it against the level of development? Prince, I decided to go through these statistics to enable you now begin to raise questions or answer questions as to what the state governors will be telling us now, why they performed or did not perform, why they will ask for re-election or not.
So thank you also for this information that you brought in now. Indebted state. Let's see the other state as our as our example of a state developing without loan.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Because you are citing Abia State, yes, as developing, but yes, Abia State is not one of these indebted states. So where is the money of this?
Yes. So, excuse me. Everything depends on the behavior of your governor. Everything depends on the behavior of governor. Governors and the local governments, Tinubu will not be there forever. Because I thank Tinubu for creating a local government autonomy and making sure that he's pumping money to the state and local government. Tinubu even went to Supreme Court. He didn't do it with executive order. He went to Supreme Court and he got judgment for the state government. Are they seeing the money? I need to ask them questions, not today. Tomorrow.
The time of
the time of reckoning is coming. The time of reckoning is coming. So what I'm using Otis as an example. Where is he getting the money? Is it not from the same federal government allocation? Do you know this route? As I said, let me not say, development twice, as I said, was dead before Lesotho came in. Development twice. Because Lesotho came, he brought, he assumed like Europa and the Sambakwe, the development site. He assume it and start working. Go to a new local government. So a man, Lesotho, even if he doesn't do anything, he did 200 primary health care centers. It's kind of to Abia State. The old one, he modernized them. He built new ones with a modern lab, reducing the traffic to the general hospitals and the other hospitals and private hospitals. Because if you're having a minor headache in my village,
you don't need to go.
I don't need to go to what they call it.
Any reference hospital.
Yeah, but he made that's easy, and the people at Fabia, they're happy with that. Apart from that, he's building like last time during his third time.
Third year anniversary.
He laid a foundation sort of a hospital in a Bend. He's building one in Ungwa. He's building many, and at the same time, if you go to Arochukwu General Hospital, half of the hospital, we occupied half of the hospital. He's modernizing all those things. Where is he getting the money? Go to Aba. Aba was the dirty capital of Nigeria. See what he did in Aba. Investors are coming to Aba. Now they are manufacturing tire in Aba. Many companies, a man spent $100 billion to raise the food processing industry in Aba. Bring it to people in Aba. People now, and let's notice, as I'm talking to you now, the airport, because the former governor, let me not, he said that he collected 10 billion naira for airport. But people who are making jest of him say that he built it for witches and wizards. That's why Elizabeth cannot see the airport. But Elizabeth is building airport now. Now, there are feasibility study going on how it's going to be Obaku port. Where is Elizabeth getting the money? That's my question. It's not from the same governors. A governor can come now. And do you know one good thing about Tinubu? Apart from giving them that SS fund, they are giving all good things. When governors did federal government told in their state, Tinubu will pay. Federal government will refund them. So you see some governors, they are going to fly private jet. Their wife is flying private jet. If their wife want to do her, the wife will fly private jet to come to Abuja and do private and go to their state. Some of the governors in Nigeria, they live in private jet more than sitting in the office. And they're asking me what are they doing with the money. They're using the money for politics. Maybe when they share the money to some people, they'll be shouting. No? How can a governor, a state in Nigeria receive averagely, some of them, about 50 billion every 8 years.
Much more than that.
No, that's actually average. But a governor cannot cite a project of a project of 50,000 naira in the local government. It can't build even what they call it, culvert or public toilet. What you do with the state government money? No, local government money. They have answered for all this question, no. And that's what is opening our eyes. Fintil is opening our eyes. People like Governor Otu, they're opening our eyes. Adeleke, I tell you what happened in Adeleke, you know. How can a governor? Because a governor is tying a road that costs 3-4 local governments. Federal government roads that will collect the money. And it will sing hallelujah that I think there's a project that passed through your state. No. Local government money is for local government, not for state governors, not for their wives. How can excuse me, at times, I like using the LSOT as a yasi. LSOT don't spend, he stay in Niger State. It doesn't move out. It hasn't moved out. If you come to Abuja, the next day you go back. The same thing as some governors. How can a governor be living in Abuja and they are governing your state? When they are stealing, you will not know. When at times they will bring a paper for you to sign, and they will go put you'll be licensed in Abuja, and you call yourself a governor.
Now, Prince, you know that this conversation is also supposed to help the electorate make decisions. This conversation is supposed to help us begin to create pegs for the governors, for the electorate. Because very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors want to come back. Very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors who have completed their tenure would want to go to the Senate. And it is a candidate becomes attractive to the electorate when the electorate is satisfied with his president. When he was governor, how did he perform? What did he do? How accountable was he? And therefore, why can I trust him with the Senate's responsibility, with the Senate seat? Now, the Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvement in the hospitals since Governor A began his governorship. The Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvements in schools and educational facilities since Governor A came to power. The voter who has not seen any improvements in the roads the urban areas that do not even have water. I'm talking of things that are within the control of the state government. How should the electorate be reacting to their candidature if they begin to rear their heads and say, I want to go to the Senate or I want a second term? What should the electorate be saying to them now? Because we're saying the day of reckoning is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, any sitting governor that didn't perform have no business going for a second time. Any governor who did not perform have no business going to Senate. What I mean to Senate? As a governor, you have the money to develop the whole state. But you use the money in flying private jets. Now you want to come to state to come and do what in the Senate? To come and be hiding in the Senate? Nigeria, please, I'm begging you, if your governor did not perform, don't let him to come to the Senate. Now, as a governor, you will not. It didn't see him. You can't hold him. You know when you come to Abuja, you come and hold him responsible for a development. Good development you don't want him to do for you again. And again, where we are going to put eyes in Nigeria now is the governors that want to plant a person who will replace them.
We'll come to that. That is very critical. We'll come to that. This is Signature Morning, and we're reaching you from Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. Break. You're welcome back. My guest is still in the studio, Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Elias Odemena is publisher of Head News magazine and is a public affairs and is taking a lot of interest in governance and the outcome of governance. Prince, you were talking to the electorate. A governor who did not perform cannot suddenly learn how to perform when he comes to the Senate. A governor who did not perform in the first 4 years cannot suddenly discover himself in the next 4 years that he wants to ask for. So the electorate, you are talking to them. Please continue.
Yeah, well, as I said before, if you are a governor and you are not doing anything, and the thing that when you come to Abuja, you make your central district to be a Paris in Africa. No. Some of them are coming to Abuja to be residents, sleeping in the National Assembly. They don't have. What do they know? How do they know? Some of them are governors. They don't know their left and their right. They don't know their left and their right. Do you know? The problem we are having is that people always muzzle power. When you muzzle power, you make everybody in the state to be apprehensive. In some state, like if I'm from some, allegedly, that was somebody told me, allegedly if you are from state, if you talk against what government is not doing, or he said government is not doing this thing, tomorrow, the governor will tag you a member of IPOB. Tomorrow, the government will tag you as a member of ECL. The people who are so apprehensive in the southeast, the Igbo land, that where some governors, they feel free and do whatever they like, because nobody will talk to them. But as I told you, the day of reckoning is coming. It cannot be governor for more than 8 years. Even if you are governor for 16 years, that 16 years will elapse one day.
Now, Prince, I have a challenge personally. And can I share my challenge with you?
Go ahead, sir.
These governors who did not perform, about whom you are speaking now, still find their ways to picking tickets for the political parties. And the political parties will tell you they have influence because the political parties want to win election. So, with their influence, they become prized in their political parties because they are most likely win election. Can we now please have a conversation on how these governors and how these non-performing politicians win the election? Let me cite one or two examples. Very soon you will start seeing printed cloth with their names and their pictures on them. And women whose own dresses have torn and have been patching and managing in the past 2 years or 3 years or 4 years of that governor's tenure will suddenly get 3, 4, 5 pieces of cloth to wear. And suddenly, people will start getting empowerment. Envelopes of 10,000, 5,000. And suddenly, the electorate will start seeing these same people coming to the market square to shake hands with traders and all that, and then sitting down to join the Accra fryer, or the person selling palm wine, or the person selling hura de nunu, sit down to buy and eat and drink with them. And the electorate tends to forget the non-performance of the past 4 or 5 years. So what do you say to the electorate? Because you see it play out.
Everything is crystal clear. In Nigeria, governors any other option than to wait for you during the campaign. So you mentioned clothes, some will give bag of rice, they will spend the state money, governor this bag of rice, from this rice, or this salt, and they will be sharing it to electorate. My brother, we have enough land in Nigeria. If you are a governor, that money they are going to use in buying a rice to share to people. Why not use that money to cultivate rice? To have rice farm, agriculture farming, animal husbandry. We can use that money. So electorate now. I don't see electorate. People are doing campaigning, shouting their head. Electorate is busy. Commissioning project. It's not campaigning. And it's not campaign. There was one day, as the president of, as the convener of Igbo Union, if a governor of Abia said, that means that the Igbos are so ungrateful. The least he can score is 85, we can accept it. You said it before. And that's what if he scored 80%, you're not going to be governor of Abia State.
Okay, Prince, I'm going to take you on now frontally. You, because you mentioned something, you are the convener of
Igbo Union.
Igbo Union. Can I tell you also what these politicians will do and what they do? Because you are the convener and because you hold these meetings all over the country and sometimes outside the country, speaking, trying to organize Igbo people where they are, they see you as a point of influence. And Prince, they want to reach the mass of people following you, and they come in the evening and say, Prince Elias, we need to, I just manage this 500 million. Because I'm telling you what happens. What should people like you therefore be doing? Because you become the vehicle for convincing those who have been impoverished to vote for the person who impoverished them.
Yeah, thank you for this point. Before Governor Soludo started demolition part of Onitsha market, I was in your sister station, Arise Television, and I told him that if you are breaking that market, you are not an emperor. You are a governor. Before you start to do what you want to do, please make sure that you have alternative place for the people of
those traders,
those other Ochanja market or all those markets. Not Ochanja, it is Ochanja, that's the market. I told them, look for a place where the traders can stay before you start, or want to build a new market. Do you know that after that interview, somebody from Onitsha come and said that they want to honor me in Onitsha? I told him, no. I did it free of charge. I did it as an Igbo man. It's just a news clip, news interview. The people of Arise Television, they invited me. They didn't charge me money. So why should I use money? Why should I be collecting money from the people of or the traders from Onitsha? Oh, they want to give me something. They are happy with what I said, defending them. Well, because they shut the market because of sit at home at Monday, yes, because of Nnamdi Kanu. That's why the people say they will not do. And I talk extensively, but not what we are going to them. They should listen Nnamdi Kanu so that sort thing will start, so that all those things will stop. That's what I'm doing now. But let's come back to what
yes, because the point I was trying to, the point I made was that people like you become the point for getting those who are impoverished by those in power to get your followers to then vote them back into power.
That's why we are saying that now any governor who refuses to perform, don't accept him, don't accept all his lineup, all his candidates. You know, they'll have candidates. Some of them will have, they want a person who will come and cover their shame. When you are there for 8 years, you didn't do anything. Then one governor from Southeast, he said in the office, a month to the time he's going to hand over, he was crying that, God, can you give me 2 months ago? He said, even if they give you 6 months, you cannot perform. So people should stop all these cultural groups. Please, this is the time, you people, because after the free sharing rights, after that turn on, people start suffering again. Don't vote anybody that you know that is, doesn't have their goodwill in their mind. Let me tell you something. In Igbo Union, we want to honor this woman. They say, why can't you honor her husband? Akpabio. Because it's Akpabio. We want to honor his wife. Because Akpabio, as a governor, he started road from Akwa Ibom to Arochukwu. There's a bridge they call Nkana Bridge. I think about 500, meters. Akpabio did it, showing the relationship between the old Southeasterners. Akpabio today, that's not what we are doing, but I have to digress more. Akpabio today, he's former chief of staff at an Igbo man. He's one serving as an Igbo man. He built church in his in ENUGU, roads in ENUGU. So Igbo Union said to honor his wife because of what he's doing to us. And this is a challenge to our daughters that married influential men. So always tell them, please, this is where I am from. We don't have roads in our place. We don't have this. We don't have that. So they can do it. Not that when a flesher man married you, you forget your source. Because there's an adage that said that any river that forgets its source will dry up. So politicians, I'm begging, what do they call it? I'm begging the electorate. I'm begging cultural groups. Okay. Please don't accept anything from politicians. Do this and do this. This that. How can a governor be saying you stay 8 years, you didn't do anything? When you want to go out, you plant your in-law, your son-in-law. They can't work in the Southeast. They can't work in the Southeast. There was allegedly a governor from Southeast who wanted to plant a young man sleeping with his daughter to be a governor. But the people rejected the son-in-law.
Oh, okay, no, wait. There's a difference, Prince. Let us be both courteous and civil with our language.
It is sleeping with your wife. In-law.
Let us call the person his in-law.
Yes,
it does not somebody sleeping with his daughter. No.
Okay, I know too.
Prince.
But let us sleep with your daughter.
Please.
Okay. I will do that. I will do that.
I'm an elder.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I will do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are discussing.
I know. You said now. Please let us be serious.
Yes. Let us. We have been focusing on the governors.
Yes, sir.
In assessing the failure or success of the subnationals and what the electorate should be doing with them. Now, can we begin to look at the local government? You raised something here this morning, and that is you thanked the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for working to give financial autonomy to local governments. The expectation from ordinary Nigerian, therefore, is that the local governments should be given more development at the local level. But for goodness sake, that's not what is happening. Even though the president contradicted himself, and I must say that publicly, because after obtaining that Supreme Court judgment that gave financial autonomy to the local governments, the president told the governors when they visited him in Ikoyi that he was not taking away their local government from them. That was contradiction. But let's assume that the judicial pronouncement is the bottom line, is the ultimate position. Why is it that the local government chairmen seem to be just lapdogs sitting attached to the governors as masters? What should the electorate be telling them? Because some of them also want to return for a second term, or some of them want to go for higher positions, political positions. Is it not time also to begin to say, let's begin to hold them to account?
Yeah. That's where we went to last time. They said that to whom much is
given.
No, they said during our NUJ press week in Transcorp.
Yes.
They said to whom much is expected, much is
what should be
to whom much is expected,
much should be given.
Not the other way we also. So these governors, they are the problem of Nigeria. You are talking about holding
the local government chairman accountable.
How can you hold the government accountable? So government will not see one single
naira.
So government will not see one single
naira from their own allocation.
Yes, from
their own allocation.
Yes, from one single convert. But go to single convert. But go to let's okay, building hospitals, roads, schools.
Prince, let us not make it a luxury program.
No, we
have used him so many instances to say. But let us.
Yes, people should be emulating that man, that short man. That short man they call electricity. People should be emulating him. He's tall at surface, but a giant at heart.
Yeah, but the issue I want you to address is what
at heart.
Yeah, but the issue I want you to address is what should we be telling? Is it okay? You said that a number of those local government chairmen may end up in jail because they have now received Supreme Court backing to be financially autonomous. If they are there and they are signing documents that incriminate them as having received what they did not receive, the day of reckoning is coming.
Yes. Yes.
And if they end up in Kuje or Kirikiri, that is surely their own business.
Yes.
But the electorate is my interest this morning. Some of the local government chairmen may want to go to higher political positions. If they are so lily-livered as not to protect the authority, autonomy given to them by the judiciary, should they go any further?
No. Local government chairmen, as I said before, governors have picked them. But where you're going to hold them, in case some of them that are educated, that want to go to House of Assembly, they want to go to House of Rep, even some of them would like to go to House of Senate, it depends. Electorate will ask them, you are local government chairman for 3 years, 4 years. What did you do to us? What did you do for us? What did you brought to us? Electorate should reject them. And not only local government chairman, electorate should reject senators, House of Rep members, House of Assembly members who want to come back again, or who want to go and do other things. Electorate should reject them. I believe so. They should reject them. You see, in Nigeria, governors feel that. You see, a governor now, you be a governor. When you want to select your commissioner, you select by yourself. But when president want to select minister, you want him to consult with you before he can select a minister for your state. And yes, a minister. And those governors, they overbearing, they over-assessing themselves. They are giving themselves the power they don't have. But we are waiting for them. That's why some of them, after being a governor, they want to go and be Senate president because they cannot mix with people, so that the immunity will be covering them. A governor, after being a governor, they want to go and be a Senate president. No. Akpabio is not my friend. By the grace of God, if Tinubu comes back to power, let Akpabio remain there. But if any other person comes, if they want to choose Akpabio, I'll be happy because Akpabio is our in-law. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot for us in Igbo.
Praise. Now, there is an institution that ought to be holding the state governments and the state governor to account and prevent the governor from the excessive use of his executive powers, the state legislature. You just said now that it is the state governor that most of the time handpick those who become local government chairmen. You also said here that the state governors wrestle the money allocated to local governments to do whatever they want with it. If the state governors are acting this way, what of the state legislature? The state legislature is supposed to check the excesses of the governors. It is either they are complicit or they are incompetent. If they are complicit, what should the electorate act? If my phone was here, I could have shown you videos of some legislators who want to return to power across the country. And I sit down and ask myself that if these people are not able to check the excesses of the governor and they want to go back to power, what do they go back there to do? So, those of them who want to even return to the state legislature, who have not been able to perform and check the governors, should they go back there?
You say they are either
complicit or incompetent.
They are both. They are both. The legislators are both. You ask me why? Okay, some governments will come to power now. When they come to power now, the opposition party, they have something like 9 members in the House of Assembly. You know what they will do? They'll go and buy. They'll go and buy them. When they bought them over, then his party will have majority in the House of Assembly.
Prince, did you hear the language he used? And that is the language I want you to address. They buy them over. In other words, those legislators have put themselves up for sale.
They are now slaves to the governor. I'm coming, sir. They are not slaves to the governor. I said, if a governor come to power now, some of them, what they will look, how many, he said 9 members, 10 members of a opposition party, maybe 3 from Dapa, 2 from 1, you bought them over. When you bought them over, they are now his slave. Then, you know, there always be a contest who will be the speaker, who will be house leader, deputy speaker. The governor will go and choose. He will choose for them. And use money also. That's the end of that legislators. That's what they call rubber stamp. The House of Assembly will be permanently the rubber stamp
for the governor.
Prince, wait. Some of my producer. Okay, go ahead. Some of them. A speaker of House of Assembly, if you want to meet his wife, you can take permission from the governor. I'm telling you. He's caged. He's caged. Go ahead, sir.
Now, my producer says I don't have more than 2 minutes.
Yes,
in all this conversation we have had this morning, let's look at the takeaways. Governors who have not performed, who want to return, electorate should reject them. That's what you said.
Yes, reject them.
Governors who have not performed, who want to go to the Senate, the electorate should dump them.
Yes.
But I said to you, the political parties consider them as people of influence, and the parties want to win election. Riding on the back of incompetence or corruption to win election. How good is that?
Yes. Because, most of the governors are not working. They will carry the whole money. They use that money to buy votes. That's why some of them, their political party are giving them tickets. But this time, people are awake. I am appealing to the electorate. When a former governor, a senator, former senator, a sitting governor, when they bring money to you to vote for them, collect it and don't vote for them. That money is your money.
Okay, that money is your money. That's what Prince is saying. In the last election, we are told, collect the money is your money. But it's a bit difficult in a very moralistic society like ours. How can I collect this man's money? But Prince says it is not there.
It is your money, not the governor's money.
Your money, not the governor's money. Well, I don't know whether they should even collect it at all.
No,
because sometimes it's good to tell the truth right in the face of the criminal. But that's your position. In the past 1 hour, I've been conversing with Prince Elias Odemina. He's the convener of Igbo Union. But this morning, he came in his capacity as publisher and public affairs analyst. We've looked at the day of reckoning as political activities pick up. We looked at what the performance records of the governors are. Some of them are exiting now because they have completed their tenure. Some of them are asking for a re-election. The question is, have they justified re-election? Have they justified being given another opportunity at a different level of our governance structure? His one regular line is, either failed, don't give them a second chance. Don't give them a second chance, because the leopard does not change its spot. Prince, I want to thank you for finding time to join us this morning.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
My name is Wabos Njoko. Of course, the name never changes. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. Please have a great day. Bye-bye.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Many of us are regular audience at Nkata Umibe, but for some who are coming for the first time, so Nkata Umibe is a flagship program of the Center for Memories. It's a monthly lecture series, a gathering that we hold every month in the tradition of the Igbo people, where we gather together at the village square or under the Odara tree to deliberate on issues that affect the community and how the community can move forward. And, in that tradition, the center decided to open up a platform like that where we can gather every month. And Nkata Umibe started in 2018. Our very first edition was held in May of 2018, and we had Professor Chidi Odinkalo as our speaker, and he spoke on Igbo Kunye. And after Professor Chidi, we've had other very prominent speakers. We've had Dike Chukwumerije, we've had Professor Okendibe, we've had Chika Onigwe, the author, we've had Chika Odua, the journalist, we've had Yvonne Choma-Mbanefo, we've had Kingsley Eze, the CEO of Tennessee, we've had Frank Nweke Jr., we've had Chichi Aniagolu. In fact, if I go on to list the speakers that we've had, we will not leave here today. And we're so honored to have our distinguished speaker for today. So I'm going to very quickly just read out a brief profile of him and then invite him to the stage to make his presentation. And as you all know, after the presentation, we're now going to have the Nkata proper, the moderated session. And we also have another wonderful person who will also be driving that conversation. So Larry Ogwego is a Nigerian who believes that ordinary citizens can transform themselves and their nation if they consistently insist on doing what is right. He founded Greater Tomorrow Initiative, GTI, a youth development organization that later gave birth to Human Rights Volunteer Corps. And today, we have the honor of having him as our distinguished speaker to speak on the very important topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in Ali Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Larry Ogwego as he comes to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to stand and share the podium that has been graced by some of Nigeria's great men and women. When you were mentioning the names of the distinguished speakers that have been here, I was humbled. Incidentally, I've had the privilege of actually attending many of the Nkata Umibe series myself, basically because I'm a Igbo. And I'm like a Nkata Basalo Ndi Igbo. But I must start by acknowledging the great work that is being done by Center for Memories. I also love the thematic focus, Makonya Ta Nechi. If you do not remember your past, you may not be able to manage your present, and you definitely won't be able to plan for your future. So when that thematic focus was chosen, I don't know how it was done, but I believe it was inspired. Makonya Ta Nechi. Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but also have a rich contemporary history as Ndi Igbo. And if we can go back and listen to the Center for Memories and begin to document, study, imbibe, and deploy the benefits of our collective achievement as Ndi Igbo, we will be inspired to do more. So I must salute the center for the great work they are doing. I also want to salute Mazi Hanye for piloting the affairs of this center so well, and our beautiful moderator, the sign language interpreter that held sway when I was talking with the young people. I salute all of you. They are the future of Nigeria. When I was looking at them, I was seeing senators, governors, presidents, and all of those people. I told them when I was taking the picture with them that I want to have a copy so that when you become a governor, if I come to your office and they want to delay me, I'll show them the picture. So I spoke to her when she was in secondary school. Come on, let me see her. So I salute the whole system that seeks not only to have this conversation with us, but also to prepare us for the future. I enjoyed my session with the young ones tremendously because I have this energy when I talk with them. I know that they represent the future. If you want to know how Nigeria will be in the next 20 years, look at them. And I thank the center for preparing them for a great future. Nigeria won't always be the way it is now. It won't always be the way it is now. With the kind of lessons that are being taught and the kind of questions I got from them, the kind of response I got, I can assure you that what we may not be able to achieve, they will achieve. I have a very simple task, but for me also a very, very sobering task of discussing a well-chosen topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in Ala Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azụ, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Egbe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dibe ma dibe arụ n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ, biri ka mbiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in Ala Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human. Not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect to what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief. Even if it's not the thief that stole it.
In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things are, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is what is human rights. These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will banish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law, even in Igbo land. You had to run beyond an evil forest or big body of water if you killed someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in this all apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights we're discussing, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family, the family had the duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right. It wasn't negotiable. Whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No. We had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered. We so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had onuzo, the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. Izuji valo. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as we cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dilly-dallying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights. All of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? Our daddy Mumbai just passed on. If not, he may come to your village next to pull down strongholds, and sometimes you burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, you just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that is the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, Igbo, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I'll tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndia Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Oka Korakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, their career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes backbench. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the Southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this oppression, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in the military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay healthy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking of compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say, sit on the floor. So sometimes I actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened, and they assume you're guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But assuming you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a dignified manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy, house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, you gave the person the respect that was due to him. My dad will punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of bad. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But to just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employer you are fired. If you have the guts to say you're fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. You say that you sell your car and start using buses, or you go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. It's either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will owe you and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me, this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRVC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, this person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land. Packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer body to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gate. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? Nalibo. The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, with the police, Nduwoji, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage. And the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They'll say, bring money for fuel. It's okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh, God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money. Make we no quarrel for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, for CID Annex? I'm now using a real case example, to Emene. And the person says 100,000. So you're wanting, is he driving a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something? That's the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their right to drive from Abani Road to Emene. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, and so we just leave him. But the others paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I say, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I've shared some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with. And follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is, when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Ogwego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because you learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about 2 things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release. Immediately, he received the petition, and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when he showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer, the only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of Ndumiri Nduazu, people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor brought them to make peace. It was in church, in the pastor's office, that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? When the policewoman's job was being treated, guess who she ran to? The pastor. What went around just came around. Pastor called for a meeting. And guess what? To release her from the very wicked acts she committed, I insisted she should forfeit both loan and capital. She detained somebody for 2 weeks. Now, some of you may be looking at it as if you're a very wicked person. But you see, I explained my rationale. I don't do things arbitrarily. My rationale was simple. I told her you have the option of our submitting the petition, following it up, and going to court against you for abduction and illegal detention. The court may award more than the money we are discussing. You may lose your job. The option is that you forget the money, both principal and interest. She forgot the money. Why did she choose to forget the money? She decided to pursue the money the way most of us will pursue it, without any concern for the rights of this other woman, because she was in a position of power. And then because of that approach, she lost the entire money. Do I look like I'm wicked? No. My job was to try to use her as a lesson to other persons in that station who felt that their uniform gave them license to maltreat the rest of us. So there are so many things we can talk about when it comes to security agents, but we're not going to dwell on that. In fact, as we speak, the most frequent reports we get in our office is about police cases and then a few other security agencies. And then you'll be surprised that the next highest number of cases has to do with domestic issues, domestic violence, violence against women, maltreating of children, abuse of children, that's sexual abuse and all sorts of things. Family-related cases. It's actually shocking. It's so bad that the spinsters and bachelors who work in our office are afraid of getting married because sometimes I ask a very funny question. Oh, you are dancing with this person on the wedding day. I ask this question to all the couples that come quarreling. So what happened? What changed? The way they look at me, it's like this man is mischievous. But I say, so you people did. So did you love him before? I say, oh God, stop asking me that. I say, no, I have to ask you. So what really changed? But the point I'm making is, when we fight these battles, we fight without rules. You see, a man insists that the wife will not see the child she carried for 9 months because they just are not married anymore, without considering that the issues of custody and visitation rights is not about only the couple, it's also about the child. The child's mental development will be affected if she doesn't get to relate with either of the parents. So I take time to explain these things. That it's not just about you. When you two were loving one another, you didn't discuss with this child. She was somewhere enjoying in the spirit realm. You people making the law of Gapote here. And now you are inflicting this injury on the child. Are you guys okay? Meeting with the child before all these things started. No. Sometimes they become sober. I explained to them, no. Whatever issues you have should not be visited on the child. Family matters. I wish I brought it here, but my time was obviously limited, so I decided not to bring some things. But I wanted to bring some tools. A man wrote a constitution for her wife. Actually wrote it and gave the wife. When the woman gave it, he had the courage to give the wife a copy and held a copy. When the woman submitted, I said it's not true. The woman said it's true. Ask him. I asked the man, a lecturer at Federal Polyoko. The man said, I wrote it. What did he write there? You cannot have visitors from your family. They won't not turn to sleep. They won't visit. Your friends cannot come. They were 12 commandments. 12 obnoxious and wicked commandments. None of them made sense. The man actually wrote it and I told the man, do you know that I can actually put you in jail with this? Because VAP law has been criminalized. But people don't know. The man wrote something that could put him in jail and gave the wife and said, this is the constitution of this house. An educated man who actually read law in the Open University. I told him, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? So these are the challenges we are dealing with now, Igbo. Of course, one of the things we have to talk about is government agencies and institutions that deal with us without recourse. In fact, my pain is that they don't even deal with us with the intention to reform us or to help us maintain order. When MOT is looking for somebody to arrest, they are not looking at sanitizing traffic, they are looking at revenue. So they wait for you like a hunter waits for a prey. In fact, I think they even manipulate the traffic light. So you are just driving at normal speed. You just move from green to red, bam. You don't know whether to jump on your brake and somebody hits you from behind. You don't know what to do. The moment you pass, that the hunter is waiting. The next you see the hunters pursuing, and they pursue, overtake, and they recover all. Most of the time. And that is wicked. The job of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure the roads are clear. You go to main market, you cannot pass. You go to different places. Their job is to make the roads clear so that we can enjoy the road, not to pursue us. I told them clearly that Ministry of Transport is not a revenue-generating agency. If anybody tells you that person is a liar, there are institutions that do not generate revenue for government. They provide an enabling environment for investors to come, for other revenue-generating institutions to now have a lot of business that will now make up for the revenue they are not generating. If you don't want to think about it like that, what is the Human Rights Commission going to do? So what revenue are they going to generate? There are institutions that don't generate revenue. So how much revenue do you expect the courts to generate? Do you know how much they pay judges? They give them vehicles. They pay the registrars. So how is a court going to generate revenue for government? There are institutions that create sanity and the environment for things to work. And those institutions must be respected as such institutions. If you convert them to revenue-generating agencies, you are destroying the way the natural order of things work. Unfortunately, that is what we see in the Southeast. These things may be happening in other places, but it appears to be worse in the Southeast. And for me, I will also ask myself one other question that is important. I have to do the rest in the next few minutes because that's what I've been told. So the next question that is important is, what is driving abuse in Igbo? What are the causes? What are the things that are driving abuse? The causes are very clear and straightforward. First of all, people lack knowledge. Some of the things I say here sound alien, that even an armed robbery suspect is supposed to be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, rather, until proven guilty. You don't, even when you saw the person commit a crime, that doesn't justify your assumption of guilt. And I'm not joking. I don't have time to explain it, but I have a classical explanation that when in the villages, in Anambra State and other people ask me questions like, Nane Nonya Anyosuoshi. Say yes. It may not be Oshi. Sorry, but I'll use this. Sorry. I'll just see how God will help me. But I have to tell this story. I don't know how God inspired that story, but I asked this question, or one day I was put on the spot, as in, how do you explain this? I saw somebody do something. I said, okay, let us imagine that you have a neighbor. You know your neighbor very well. You know all the people who live in that house. And one day they all went to work. And then you saw somebody breaking the door from behind. The person was actually determined to break the door. Then when that person broke the door and went inside, he came out with TV and kept the TV. He went inside again, came out to fridge and kept the fridge. Let's be honest, what will run through your mind? Onyoshi, if you are used to lynching people, what do? You pounce on him, put a tire on there. You know, before he explains, somebody will hit him with a rod from behind. He will pass out. But what if you give him time to explain and you are like, what are you doing? And he says the house is burning. Can't you smell the smoke? See the smoke. I'm trying to help bring out the property. What will you do at that time? Huh? You verify, isn't it? After that, what do? You join him in bringing out property. Am I correct? So what changed? You interrogated the situation. On the surface, he looked like he was a thief. But when you looked deeper, you found out that he was not a thief. So there are scenarios that look like it's an open and closed case. When you interrogate it, that's why you have court. That's why you have prosecutor. That's why you have defense counsel. That's why the law says you must have a lawyer if you're going to be tried in a criminal case. So that the whole story will come to the surface. And it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So we lack knowledge. And then we have a culture of abuse that has lasted for some time, driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen. That I'll do it and nothing will happen. Police will tell you to your face, I'll waste you and nothing will happen. Landlord will tell you, don't worry, he gave me. These are things people will tell you. That statement is driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen to me if I do something wrong. That's one of the biggest problems in Nigeria. Beside the so-called corruption. In fact, impunity drives corruption because some Nigerians are corrupt, knowing fully well there won't be consequences for the corruption. So impunity is very dangerous. And then we lack courage. When we are abused, even when we know institutions that can help us, people have come to our office and say, let us fight. They'll say, happier. Police. Say happier. If you know how many times I've felt, and I tell them things like, I should leave it because you feel insecure. What of me that's going to fight the battle? They know my office. They probably know where. So don't you think they should be more angry with me? Why are you a coward? Say, okay, you won't understand. Now, Pastor, maybe not I'm happier for God. You see, the problem living in for God is that the person may also repent and God will forgive him. He forgives all our iniquities, including human rights abuses. So sometimes I'll tell you, see, take it to the law. Even God expects us to obey civil authority. When people do what is wrong, report them. It's not unforgiveness. You are sanitizing the society. You have a duty to do that. But our spirituality means that, that we can take all sorts. And then, unfortunately, not only that we lack courage, there is institutional support for human rights abuse. We have governments and governors that act outside the law openly. And when they do that, politicians and political players get this impression that they are also immune, so they can act with impunity. Then their friends and family members and associates borrow the same behavior. So before you know what is happening, the whole society is actually emulating bad example, and then what happens is that we are living in a jungle. But one of the worst challenges we have in our Igbo with this issue that money can fix all things, I want to address that just for 2 minutes. The Igbo man has this belief system that money can actually solve every problem. So he can actually kill someone or say, well, ego mechie. That's if he spends enough money, the matter will be closed. That is why they are demolishing your houses all over Nigeria. It's not because they are targeting Igbos. An Igbo man is the only person that you will tell, you cannot buy that land. It's on a floodplain. The Igbo man will say, don't worry. No, tell me the truth. And he will start with you that gave him the advice. He will close your mouth with money. You will sell the land to him. Do the documentation. Knowing fully well you shouldn't build there. Then when a pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph comes and demolishes the building, because we are the people who believe that money can do everything. If they have 100 houses there, we own 70. So it looks like we were profiled. But the truth is that we are the people who invest in property, and we are the people who must invest, so we buy anywhere. Abuja, same story. Lagos, same story. We have a sense of impunity that if you have enough money, you will tell him, see, one day, he said, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Don't worry, when we get there, we'll solve it. Then when the bulldozers come, he will start looking for media houses to shout, so why are we not going to follow the rules of the game? If you build in the proper place and have your documentation, if they demolish your house, they will pay you compensation. They won't even demolish it. So that issue of impunity, driven by the thinking that money can fix all problems, is very dangerous. So what solutions do we prefer? Because we're interrogating the situation. We must have knowledge. We must make sure the knowledge of human rights covers the entire space. Every place people gather, they should be discussing human rights. It is sad that we are going to have elections in Anambra State tomorrow, and no governor, no candidate is raising human rights as a campaign issue. And the electorate are not talking about it also. It's a big shame. As long as people do not make it the most important conversation, we will continue to suffer as a nation. Why? Because human rights affects and covers every aspect of your life, and I'm not joking. The right to good governance is there. Every other thing, in fact, the right of inclusion. Let me also explain this carefully. Now, when you have a proper government, when you have a proper leader, one of the things you use to assess quality of leadership is their capacity to include persons who are vulnerable. But we live in a country where the last people will consider are the pensioners. Governors award contracts of hundreds of billions of naira, pay the contractors, and tell you they don't have money to pay pensioners who served the state for 35 years. We don't talk about persons with disability. We spoke to a commissioner in ENUGU State some time ago about putting ramps for bus stops, and he asked us how many we need the ramp. Somebody who studied architecture with all his knowledge, he doesn't understand that the distance between you, all of you seated here, and crutches and wheelchair, God forbid, is one accident. We are all potentially persons with disability, but for the grace of God. When people have this type of knowledge, they will be more charitable. The fact that you're running around today with 2 legs doesn't mean that you may not lose 2 of them tomorrow. Bah! You don't know what happened. And then you wake up at orthopedic, no 2 legs. You have joined the other side. Then you suddenly become more compassionate, suddenly become more. But you don't have to wait until it happens to you. These are all human rights issues. There's no inclusion. Once you are vulnerable, once you don't have resources, once you don't have power, you are not part of the conversation. Nobody remembers you, nobody talks about you. But the last time I checked, in those other nations that we want to run to, that we want to be like, if you have these challenges, you are treated like a hero. I know a Nigerian, I'm rounding up now, who left the United States. Listen carefully. I know a Nigerian. I was touched by that story. A couple, out of patriotic zeal, left the United States, either late 70s or 80s. The man renounced his citizenship. He said he didn't want to be tempted to go back to the US. So he gave up. He did it officially. He burnt his bridge. The wife retained her own. You know, women are more, in some cases, I'm with this smart hand. I hold my own. No. They came to Nigeria. 3 of the families took this decision. They came back to Nigeria. I met one of them. He told me the story. And when the heat was on, 2 of them fled back to US. The one who couldn't travel was because he gave up his citizenship. So he had to start processing again. So he didn't travel back. So he stayed here. Listen to this story. Much later, for medical reasons, the wife went back to the US because all she had to do was to show her social security number. They processed her papers. She went to the US. And she got treatment for free. As they just saw the money, they were like, wow, madam, where have you been all along? But the part that brought tears to my eyes was that she told me that they not only treated her free of charge, they told her benefits that she had from the job she did before she traveled that she didn't know she had. So they gave her a house free of charge in an estate developed for retired persons. An apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, free. But the one that shocked her was that they paid her a small fortune. Benefits from the work the husband who renounced American citizenship did. That is how a nation functions. A Nigerian will say that Larry deserve no say Larry wadi no catalytic no obozo America. What can you darkness the man rejected us. We should reject him. Then they will share that money. No, for them the law is sacrosanct. The law says this is your entitlement because you did this work. The man didn't process it too. The man left. The wife didn't know. They saw the number, everything popped up on the system. They gave the woman her own and gave her, oh, your husband, he's late. They gave her what belonged to her husband. That is why you're running there. But then, when we learn to respect our rights, when we begin to teach our children knowledge, teach ourselves knowledge, build courage, and then take action to stop institutionalization of human rights abuse. We have institutionalized human rights abuse. We have accepted it to be normal. Families gang up against that daughter-in-law. They say, no, but when it's their own sister, they suddenly gang up to fight the in-law. I don't know if I'm making sense. So the same thing you want to do to another person's daughter, you don't want to happen to your daughter and to your sister. Are you okay? When we get to that point where we learn to take action and stop institutionalization of abuse, then we can be said to observing ndụ mmiri, ndụ azụ, egbe bere, ugo bere, biri, kambiri, okata na akpa dibia, kama dibia arụ n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ. You see, we don't take advice until it becomes too late. I'm challenging us because I see that a lot of us here are elites. We qualify, we're on the side that abuse people, some of us. And I'll remind you that if you want to understand how the Igbo man thinks, go and read things all apart. Okonkwo was a typical Igbo man. Okonkwo was a rich man. He was an influential man. He was a strong man also. He had a reputation for courage. Obierika was a wise man. He didn't have all the things Okonkwo had, but he was a wise Igbo man. He told Okonkwo in one sentence, do not have a hand in the death of that boy. Okonkwo woke up one day, because he wanted to maintain his reputation as Okonkwo, he disregarded the advice of Obierika, the wise one. He had a hand in that boy's death, and all of the work he did ended up in being thrown into the evil forest. My prayer for you is that you will not end up like Okonkwo. Respect the rights of ordinary people. I've seen a magistrate remanded in prison in ENUGU because of a house girl. I've seen a couple remanded in prison in Anambra State because of a house girl. I've seen people who assume that they are Okonkwo, that they are impenetrable, that they are the standard of measure of fame and strength, that they are untouchable, and they go and do something that they assume that this house girl doesn't have anybody. And your turn may be the day the law will wake up. Suddenly, what everybody had escaped with will pursue you and catch you. That is not my prayer for you. I pray that, unlike Okonkwo, you will understand that God gave you power and resources so that after a day like this, that you invest in spreading this news. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for economic dominance. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for political participation. Igbo land cannot maximize any potential until we firmly address the hydra-headed monster of human rights abuse. Never end up like Okonkwo. Use your strength to be a blessing to the vulnerable. Thank you, and God bless you.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing us
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG to roll out 10,000 electric tricycles in August, Shetima. ADC rejects deregistration order, alleges plot to cripple opposition. Kogi begins digital school census to improve education planning. Bank of Japan raises interest rates to 31-year high. And India blocks Telegram ahead of medical exam to curb cheating. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government will begin the rollout of 10,000 electric tricycles into the Nigerian market in August 2026 as part of efforts to improve public transportation and modernize the country's logistics system, Vice President Kashim Shettima has said. Shettima disclosed this during a courtesy visit by the transporters for Tinubu Shettima 2027 group, according to a statement issued on Tuesday by his senior special assistant on media and communications, Stanley Nkwocha. The vice president said the electric tricycles would be distributed by the Northeast Development Commission for use across the Northeast and other parts of the country, noting that President Bola Tinubu has approved the expansion of the initiative through the various regional development commissions. He explained that the administration is committed to transforming Nigeria's transport sector into an integrated logistics network that seamlessly connects ports, railways, CNG-powered trucks, inland waterways, airports, and local feeder roads to drive commerce, agriculture, industrial growth, and national integration. The Vice President also highlighted the achievements of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, saying it has demonstrated the viability of utilizing Nigeria's abundant gas resources to lower transportation costs, particularly for heavy-duty vehicles. The African Democratic Congress has strongly opposed a federal high court ruling directing the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister the party and 4 others, describing the judgment as an attempt to use the judiciary to undermine Nigeria's democratic process. Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday ordered INEC to deregister the ADC, Accord Party, Action People's Party, Action Alliance, and Zenith Labour Party for allegedly failing to satisfy constitutional and electoral requirements outlined in Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and the Electoral Act 2022. The judgment followed a suit instituted by the National Forum of Former Legislators, which sought a declaration that INEC was obligated to remove political parties that failed to meet prescribed electoral performance benchmarks. These include securing at least 25% of votes in any state during a presidential election, or winning at least one elective position. Responding in a statement posted on X and signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party condemned the ruling as unconstitutional and deeply troubling. According to the ADC, the decision runs contrary to established legal precedents and even conflicts with positions previously advanced by INEC on the issue of political party deregistration. The ADC also raised concerns about the timing of the judgment, noting that it came shortly after the party concluded its primaries and began preparations for the 2027 general elections, including the presidential race. It warned that attempts to remove a major opposition platform through what it termed judicial manipulation posed a serious threat to democratic stability. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has officially announced former Minister of Transportation and ex-governor of Rivers State, Chibuike Amaechi, as the party's vice presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. The announcement, contained in a statement signed by ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi, means that Amaechi will be Atiku Abubakar's running mate in the presidential poll. The statement explains that the decision followed extensive consultations with party leaders, coalition partners, youth and women stakeholders, and representatives of all geopolitical zones. It stated that Amaechi emerged as the runner-up, earning widespread support from party members across the Federation, and demonstrating his enduring appeal as one of Nigeria's most experienced and respected political leaders. According to the party, Amaechi brings to the ticket one of the most comprehensive public service records in contemporary Nigerian politics, spanning all major pillars of democratic governance, having served as Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly, 2 terms as Governor of Rivers State, Minister of Transportation, leading some of the most ambitious transportation and rail modernization initiatives in Nigeria's history. Amaechi had earlier rejected the outcome of the ADC presidential primary, alleging widespread irregularities and voter disenfranchisement during the nationwide exercise. The House of Representatives has approved the extension of the implementation of the capital component of the 2025 budget from June 30th, 2026 to September 30th, 2026. The approval is the outcome of an emergency sitting of the House held on Monday. House Leader Julius Ihombere, who led the debate on the general principles of the bill, noted that substantial funds released to ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, remained unspent due to administrative bottlenecks, procurement delays, and implementation challenges.
Because some aspects of the capital appropriation have not been fully implemented, and if we do not extend the life of this particular act, it will have very grave impact on the growth and development of the national economy. And for that, the purpose essentially is to extend the lifespan. We are not touching any internal parts of the act. It is just the lifespan from 30th June 2026 to 30th September 2026.
I write to formally notify the House through your good office of my resignation from the All Progressive Congress and my decision to join the People's Democratic Party, PDP, with effect from 8 May 2026. This decision was taken after extensive consultations with my constituents, political associates, stakeholders, and supporters, and in consideration of the prevailing circumstances within my former political party.
He said the extended window aims to prevent the abandonment of critical infrastructure projects across the country, allow time for ongoing projects to be finished, and settle outstanding obligations. The emergency sitting was pursuant to Order 5, Rule 2, Subsection 2 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives. Education stakeholders in Kogi State have pledged full support for the 2025-2026 annual school census as the State Ministry of Education officially launched the exercise on the federal government's Digital Nigeria Education Management Information System portal. The pledge was made on Monday during a stakeholders sensitization meeting at the Government House, Lokoja, ahead of the commencement of the census on June 24th. The meeting, attended by education agencies, former commissioners, NGOs, media practitioners, religious leaders, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, focused on preparations for statewide data capture and the migration from manual to digital reporting. The Commissioner for Education, Wemi Jones, said the census provides statistical evidence for education policy formulation, planning, and resource allocation. According to him, every school will receive a 10-digit ID, while each learner will be assigned a learner identification number linked to WAEC and NACO records. He also expressed gratitude to Governor Ahmed Ododo for prioritizing education in the state through a 30% annual budget allocation. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has released the results of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination mop-up exercise. In a statement on Tuesday, JAM's Public Communication Advisor, Fabian Benjamin, announced that candidates who participated in the examination can check their results through the board's established result-checking channels. According to him, the printing of results for admission purposes is expected to begin before the weekend. Benjamin expressed appreciation for the patience and cooperation of candidates and stakeholders throughout the process. The mop-up examination was held on Saturday, June 13, 2026, as a final opportunity for candidates who were biometrically verified for the main UTME, but could not sit the exam due to technical glitches, biometric issues, or other disruptions at examination centers. The main 2026 UTME took place between April 16th and April 25th, 2026. A 55-year-old farmer in Borno State, Ali Mustafa, has been sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for concealing information on the activities of the Boko Haram sect in his Katara village of Borno State. The farmer, who had been in custody since 2013, was arraigned at the Federal High Court in Abuja by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, where he pleaded guilty to the charge. Presiding Justice Binta Nyako, in delivering the judgment, said she took judicial notice of the plea of the convict, that there was no government officials or security agencies to report to, as he lives in an obscure and remote village in Borno State. Justice Nyako ordered that the 15 years jail term should commence from 2013, when the convict was arrested and hauled into detention. The Defense Headquarters Joint Task Force in the Northwest, under Operation Phantom Yama, says it has launched a major operation codenamed Operation Clean Sweep 3, targeting terrorists and bandits operating in Matazu local government area and neighboring communities in Katsina State. The developments follow the incident that led to the death of retired Major General Rabe Abubakar, who was abducted alongside his wife by suspected terrorists and bandits in the area. A statement issued on Monday by the Media Information Officer of JTF, Northwest Operation Fantanyama, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, said the operation commenced on Sunday to locate and neutralize those responsible for the attack, dismantle criminal networks, and restore security across the affected communities. Danja said since its launch, troops have carried out aggressive fighting patrols, intelligence-led raids, cordon and search operations, and clearance missions across identified terrorist hideouts and suspected criminal enclaves within the joint operations area. The statement noted that troops achieved significant successes during operations around the Dikawa Hills and nearby communities, and that the offensive is being conducted in collaboration with sister services, other security agencies, and local stakeholders, whose support has contributed to ongoing efforts to improve security in the state. The federal government says it has directed the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to intensify engagement with gas producers, marketers, and other stakeholders to boost importation of cooking gas and enhance market stability nationwide. The Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Gas, Ekperikpe Ekpo, expressed concern over the recent increase and assured Nigerians that the government remains committed to ensuring adequate, reliable, and affordable gas supply for households, industries, and power generation across the country. The minister stated that the commencement of LPG deliveries from the new Seplat gas facility in July will significantly boost national supply, saying that no producer is exporting LPG volumes designated for the domestic market, as regulatory measures remain firmly in place to prioritize local needs. Ekpo explained that the recent hike in prices of cooking gas in the domestic market were driven largely by prevailing market realities, such as foreign exchange volatility, rising logistics costs, infrastructure constraints, and fluctuations in international LPG prices. The minister stated that the commitment is reflected in ongoing interventions designed to stabilize the domestic LPG market and giving priority for local consumption. The cooking gas price recorded for April price represented a 13.73% increase compared to what was obtained in March, with the average price of 5 kg cooking gas increased on a year-on-year basis by 10.42% from 7,855.60 naira recorded in April 2025, while the average retail price for refilling a 12.5 kg cooking gas increased by 13.89% on a month-on-month basis from 19,652.83 naira in March 2026 to 22,382.20 naira in April 2026. Still to come, Bank of Japan raises interest rates to 31-year high. India blocks Telegram ahead of medical exam to curb cheating. Do stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all.
are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Bank of Japan raised interest rates to a 31-year high on Tuesday, marking another landmark step in normalizing monetary policy as it focused on taming price pressures from the energy shock caused by the Iran war. The hike was the first since December and aligns the BOJ with other central banks shifting towards tighter policy to combat inflation, including the European Central Bank. In a widely expected move, the BOJ decided to raise its short-term policy rate to 1% from 0.75%, taking borrowing costs to levels unseen since 1995. In a statement announcing the decision, the BOJ said the risk of Japan's economy deteriorating sharply from the Middle East conflict has diminished due to progress made in procuring alternative energy supplies. India blocked access to Telegram Messenger on Tuesday, ahead of a retest of a nationwide medical college entrance examination, after a scandal last month over a question paper leak. The failure of the hugely competitive exam, along with a separate marking fiasco in high school tests, sparked outrage and fueled youth protests demanding the education minister's resignation. The Ministry of Electronics issued the order restricting access to Telegram until June 22nd, the day of the retest. Message editing features, which allow users to alter existing posts, will remain restricted until June 30th. The National Eligibility Entrance Test is one of the country's most competitive exams, attracting more than 2 million aspiring doctors. The NEET exam was scrapped in May, following allegations that the question paper was leaked in advance, including reports that it had been circulated through Telegram channels. How I transform waste from Lagos roads into meaningful art. Lagos artists. Up next is sports.
Nigeria's female yellow-green suffered a 7-wicket defeat to Brazil in their latest match at the ongoing 2026 Kwibuka T20 Women's Tournament in Kigali, Rwanda. Nigeria's side was unable to secure victory as Brazil produced a composed performance to claim a comfortable 7-wicket win on Monday afternoon. The defeat represents another learning curve for Nigeria's women's cricket team as they seek to gain valuable international experience and improve their standing on the global stage. Egypt were denied a first-ever World Cup win after Romelu Lukaku forced an own-goal equalizer just seconds after coming on to rescue a 1-1 draw for Belgium in their Group G opener. Imam Ashour's superb 19th-minute opener from distance gave Egypt their first World Cup half-time lead. But the 7-time Africa Cup of Nations winners could not hold on to end their 92-year wait for a first victory at the tournament as Belgium's all-time top scorer, Lukaku, made an immediate impact off the bench.
He's trying to slide that one through. He's on a tightrope. Sekou tries to ride the challenges. Onana, but a misplaced pass from him. He's there, De Kettelare, Tielemans, Kevin De Bruyne. Wasn't all that far away, but only fluency.
Play against him. He gets in certain positions and then no, as a keeper, as a...
Action, Zico snapping out on that right flank. In the initial 11 with Everly.
Maxi Araujo's late goal savaged a 1-1 draw for Uruguay against Saudi Arabia as goalkeeper Mohamed Alouais was the hero. The Saudi goalkeeper made a string of saves to keep his side in front, and while the clean sheet was denied him, his player of the match performance succeeded in frustrating the two-time World Cup winners led by former Leeds boss Marcelo Bielsa. In golf, Bud Cudley won the Canadian Open to land his first PGA Tour title and complete a remarkable comeback 8 years after his career was derailed by a car accident. The 36-year-old American took the lead with a birdie chip on the 12th hole as he shot a 5-under par 65 in the final round to finish on 17-under 263 in Caledon, Ontario. It was his 239th tournament on the tour, with the victory a reward for Cudley's persistence in coming back from severe injuries. In tennis, Britain's Francesca Jones missed 2 match points in a narrow defeat by Talia Gibson in the Nottingham Open first round. Jones battled back from a set and a breakdown and a medical timeout to force a deciding set against Australia's Gibson. After being an early breakdown in the third, Jones hit back and held 2 matches points as she served for victory at 5-3. However, world number 66 Gibson broke back and held firm in the resulting tiebreak to win 6-3, 5-7, 7-6, 7-4 after a grueling 3 hours and 6 minutes. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture across several states. Fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please, whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while are they will not be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states.
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down. Both the army and the innocent children, especially school children, the way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
We've seen our old women being kidnapped, being robbed in this country that we call Giants of Africa. It's so bad. And the current government, they are not doing anything to what is happening.
Businesswoman Ifeoma Aneke says many residents are now too afraid to sleep soundly in their homes.
I don't think anybody feels safe. Aside me, I don't think anybody feels safe for what is happening in Nigeria presently, because the kidnapping, the bandits everywhere, the killing, everybody is so scared. Even to sleep, if you are sleeping now, I don't think people are sleeping with their eyes closed. If you hear any noise anywhere, you just wake up, because everywhere is not safe in Nigeria presently.
Christian Aminu called on relevant authorities to ensure the deployment of security personnel to churches, schools, and other public institutions to guarantee safety for citizens while carrying out their daily activities.
I think whereby there will be security agencies that will be released to churches, schools, and other infrastructures that at least the people can be safe when they are around their place of duty and workplaces.
Let them mobilize security agents, all the consigns, let them make sure that insecurity is stopped in Nigeria. Some time ago, I had a foreign country planning coming to Nigeria to do something concerning it. And up till now, they are still killing and nothing is done. They should do something concerning it.
These reactions come as state governments adopt emergency preventive measures. In Katsina State, authorities have ordered the closure of all public schools following credible threats linked to kidnapping gangs. Kwara State has also shut down schools due to rising fears of possible attacks, while Plateau State has placed selected institutions on indefinite closure. Findings across the northern region show that over 180 schools have been affected by either temporary or ongoing shutdowns directly linked to insecurity. Residents, however, insist that beyond closures, there is an urgent need for a coordinated and sustained security response to restore public confidence and ensure the protection of lives and property. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The coast city of Enugu is currently playing host to the annual Nigerian Bar Association Conference, where legal minds from across the country have converged to deliberate on pressing issues affecting the rule of law, democracy, and national development. The conference, which has drawn together judges, senior advocates, academics, policymakers, and young lawyers, opened with addresses that emphasized the role of the legal profession in safeguarding justice and strengthening institutions. Addressing the conference, the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Sahad Abubakar, regretted that the poor in Nigeria is becoming victim of corruption and inequality, which he said are weakening the country's courts. He regretted that justice is increasingly becoming a purchasable commodity, with the poor becoming victims, while the rich commit all manner of crime and walk the streets scot-free. The Sultan warned that the imbalance fuels anger, mistrust, and political violence, stressing that loss of public confidence in the courts would lead citizens to take the law into their own hands, urging lawyers to uphold truth and fairness above personal or financial interests.
The ENUGU Annual Conference is a very significant event in our society because it is the largest gathering of lawyers who shape the practice of law and ensure that the ultimate objectives of law are realized in society. Law, as you know more than I do, is crucial to society because it maintains social order by setting standards for behavior, promotes justice by protecting rights, enjoying duties, and providing a framework for resolving disputes, and facilitates economic and social progress.
Post-Governor Peter Mba reminded lawyers that the law is more than a profession, as it serves as the conscience of the nation. Mba restated the commitment of his administration to justice sector reform, saying that it remained the cornerstone of his government. He, however, asserted that none of the reforms was an end in itself, noting that they remain part of a broader vision of his government towards making Enugu State the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and inclusive development.
Since assuming office, we have made justice sector reform a cornerstone of our governance. Just a few examples will suffice. We were among the first states to fully implement financial autonomy for the judiciary. This has enhanced the efficiency, independence, and dignity of our courts. We have carried out a comprehensive rehabilitation and digitization of our courtrooms across the 3 senatorial zones. The High Court complex in Enugu is equipped with e-filing, virtual hearing facilities, and an integrated case management system. We have strengthened and expanded the Enugu multi-door courthouse, making it a model in the region for commercial and family dispute settlement.
In his keynote address, charismatic leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters of South Africa and a member of country's national parliament, Julius Malema, warned African nations to regulate debt trap loans from World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Malema, who describes such loans, debt traps that can mortgage the future of the continent, said that the South African Parliament is making a move to checkmate loans from these institutions.
To South Africa and Nigeria must be carried forward into the present, not just in political sentiment, but in concrete economic collaboration. Both our nations stand as giants of the continent. South Africa, with its industrial base, mining capacity, and advanced financial system. Nigeria, with its vast population, vibrant entrepreneurial spirit, oil and gas resources, and cultural dynamism that has captured the imagination of the world. Together, we hold the keys to Africa's industrialization and economic independence. We will continue to exploit labor while refusing to industrialize, and taking fellow Africans divert anger from the real enemy, and we must educate our people that unity, not division, is the solution to the African crisis.
Malema also made a case for a single African presidency, currency, borderline continent, and a visa-free movement across the continent, saying that Africans should not need visas to visit one another. In his welcome address, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association and senior advocate of Nigeria, Afam Osigwe, thanked Enugu State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, for his support in organizing of the annual conference.
It all means being unbending in our defense of the rule of law, equity and justice, and being principled in the face of power and unwavering in our pursuit of national progress. We must have the courage of conviction in moments where silence will otherwise be more comfortable. To build a strong and economically viable nation, sacrifice will routinely be required of individual citizens. We must do this when others are mediocre. This is a call we must embrace.
Speakers at the event noted that Nigeria is at a critical juncture where the judiciary must rise above political pressures to defend constitutional values. The NBA ENUGU conference.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
we have taken it over before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Igbo Agenda Dialogue, led by Chief Chekwas Okorie, held its second meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, affirming its mission to build a non-partisan platform uniting Igbo groups across Nigeria and the diaspora. The forum announced plans for the first ever Igbo political summit in ENUGU in early 2026, where an Igbo political charter outlining the nation's rights and aspirations will be officially unveiled.
The dialogue announced plans to host the first ever Igbo political summit in Enugu in the first quarter of 2026. The summit will feature the formal unveiling of the first Igbo political charter, a document intended to articulate the political aspirations, rights, and responsibilities of the Igbo nation within Nigeria.
The dialogue also addressed long-standing structural and political disadvantages faced by the Southeast since the end of the Civil War, from disparities in state creation and local government allocation to boundary adjustment that weakened the region's economic base. Participants agreed that lamentation must give way to coordinated action.
The meeting noted with concern the long-standing political and structural disadvantages imposed on the Igbo since the end of the Nigeria-Biafra War in 1970. These include disparity in state creation that left the Southeast with 5 states instead of 6 or 7 like other zones. Unequal allocation of local government areas, 95 in the Southeast and 188 in the Northwest. Boundary adjustments that reduced Igbo landmass and transferred the major oil-bearing areas to neighboring states. These actions were identified as systemic attempts to weaken the Southeast economically and politically. The dialogue resolved that rather than continue lamentations, the Igbo must pursue coordinated political action within the framework of Nigeria's existing constitutional order.
With the 2027 elections approaching, the dialogue urged all eligible Igbo people to engage actively in the electoral process to regain political influence. It also confirmed that its political mobilization strategy will be presented at the forthcoming Igbo Political Summit for adoption in the new Igbo Political Charter.
The IAD resolved that all eligible Igbo people must actively participate in future electoral processes, beginning with the 2027 general election. Unity of purpose and mass political participation were identified as key strategies to redraw the political map of Nigeria and restore dignity and equitable representation to the Igbo nation.
The meeting ended with a renewed commitment to unity, discipline and political vigilance, with leaders expressing confidence that a coordinated approach will address decades of marginalization. In Abuja, Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they can see it.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Mokunta. I'll be walking you through. We have lots of stories today, and today is playlist pal. So first of all, let's talk what's trending. Nigerian Afro house singer Niniola has announced the death of her husband Michael Ndika. The Grammy-nominated artist shared the heartbreaking news through a series of emotional posts on her Instagram story in the early hours of Wednesday. Ndika, who served as the Chief Executive Officer of Niger Review, a multimedia platform dedicated to Afro house and contemporary African music, reportedly passed away under undisclosed circumstances. In one of the posts, Niniola stated that God had taken him, while another post confirmed that her husband had died. She also reflected on their long-term relationship, noting that they had spent 13 years together alongside photos of the couple. The singer has yet to reveal further details surrounding his death, as she has largely kept her personal life away from public attention and social media. Niniola, 39, rose to fame after emerging as one of the standout contestants on Project Fame West Africa in 2013, a breakthrough that launched her music career. She has since become one of Nigeria's leading Afro house artists, with her 2017 hit song Maradona gaining international recognition and drawing attention from global music stars, including DJ Snake, Drake, Timbaland, and Beyonce. So this news came earlier this morning, and everyone was shocked because, I mean, Niniola has been someone who has taken her private life out of social media. She has not been posting things that, you would say, okay, this is her family, this is her children, this is, you know. So she coming up to post on social media and posting sad news and statements and pictures and reflecting how they've been together and all that came as a shockwave to every single person. The only problem now is that she hasn't disclosed what exactly is the cause of his death, what could be the circumstance behind it, because she never came up on social media to disclose that, okay, her husband has been sick for a while now and this is the cause of the sickness. So people are sending condolences around the entertainment world, and of course we know that Niniola is not just a small person in the music industry. She has released lots of songs, even her hit song Maradona in 2017 that, I mean, topped charts and made her get a Grammy nomination. So she's not actually a small person. People have been sending condolences, comments on her post, and also we're waiting to know what exactly could be the cause of the death of her husband. This one is actually a sad one. I wonder how she's gonna get through this, because it's sad losing a loved one and it's sad losing your better half. Anyway, Nigerian Afrobeat stars Wizkid, Burna Boy, Asake, and Tems have secured nominations for the 2026 BET Awards. The award ceremony is scheduled to take place in Los Angeles on June 28, 2026, and will be hosted by comedian Drewski. The event is also expected to air live on BET. Organizers unveiled the nominations on Tuesday, with Nigerian artists earning recognition in several major music categories. Following their collaborative efforts and a string of successful releases, Asake and Wizkid received a joint nomination in the Best Group category. Tems emerged as one of Africa's most recognized nominees after earning 3 nominations, including Best Female R&B Pop Artist, BET her award for her song First, and the Viewer's Choice Award for Rain Dance, her collaboration with Dave. Now, Burna Boy also earned the nomination in the Best Collaboration category for his feature on Ghana's hit single WGFT. The BET Awards remain one of the most prestigious international platforms celebrating Black entertainment and culture. This is my... I know you people say I have favorite awards. I have like 3 favorite awards. Well, yes, I love BET Award, I love AMVCA, and of course I love the Grammys Award. So why do I like BET Award? It's an award for the Black, right? Black entertainment categories, an award that is usually held for just the Black, those that are Black American, Black African, Nigerians, and all that. This is literally all the Black in Africa, in Asia, Indonesia. As long as you're a Black person and you're in the entertainment world, this is where they tend to recognize you and give you a recognition award. That's why I love it. Nothing else. And I just love movies that tend to stream on BET. They are explicit, interesting. The storylines are actually resonating. And yeah, they tell Black stories. That's the fun fact. They tell Black stories. There's no sentiment. They tell our real life story, how we behave, how we speak, how we eat, how we act, businesses and all that. So that's why I love the BET Award. I love the fact that they can recognize themselves and they can come together, not just by having a channel, but they can come together to have this award ceremony for nominations and give honor to whom honor is due. All right? So that's why I love the BET Award. Nothing special. Anyways, Wizkid has become the first African artist to surpass 11 billion total streams on Spotify across all credits. Music chart platform Charts Africa announced the milestone on Tuesday, describing the Afrobeat star as a global music sensation. According to the platform, Wizkid is the first African artist to achieve every major streaming milestone in Spotify history, including the latest feat of crossing 11 billion streams across all credits. The achievement comes 4 days after the release of State of Mind, Wizkid's collaboration with DJ Tunes, which was released on May 15, 2026. The single recorded more than 685,000 global streams on its first day on Spotify, further cementing Wizkid's dominance on the global streaming scene. Now, I don't know how to react to this. You know the fun fact? I've actually not listened to this music. But I will now. Don't mind me, I'm quite very chill today because I have cough, so I don't want to do something to strain my throat, right? So I'm trying to be excited, but I don't know how to do it because this is actually big. 11 million streams on Spotify. The first African person. This is huge. So this is actually a blow to me that, okay, you need to go and listen to this song for it to get this amount of streams. 685,000. What? That means that single must be so great, you know. That single must be very, very great for you to surpass such numbers. So if you've not streamed that particular song, okay, we are in same category. Let's go and stream that. Let's see how and why this man, this Wizkid, could surpass that number, right? All right. So Nigerian TikToker Olumide Ogunsanwo, popularly known as Sea King, has criticized Ibadan-based Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, over the recent wave of attacks and abductions in Oyo State. Sea King made the remarks in a video shared on his Instagram page on Tuesday while reacting to the mass abduction of teachers and students of Community High School, Ahoro Esinele, in Orire local government area on May 15, 2026. According to reports, bandits on May 17 beheaded one of the abducted teachers, identified as Michael Oyedokun, and released a video showing the school principal appealing to the government to negotiate with the gunmen to ensure the safety of those still in captivity. Now, reacting to the incident, Sea King accused Igboho of remaining silent, despite previously vowing to eliminate banditry and insecurity in Yoruba land. He described the activist silence as political and questioned his failure to respond to the growing insecurity in the region. The TikToker also alleged that Igboho had abandoned his earlier promises to confront criminal elements terrorizing communities in the southwest, despite recently returning to the country. The criticism comes about 3 months after Igboho's name was reportedly removed from the federal government wanted list by President Bola Tinubu. Igboho recently returned to Nigeria after spending nearly 5 years in exile following the invasion of his Ibadan residence by operatives of the Department of State Services in July 2021. During the administration of late former President Muhammadu Buhari over his agitation for a Yoruba nation. Listen to what he said.
Sunday Igboho, where are you? Sunday Igboho, kò lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ báyìí. You talk say nobody should come and campaign in Yoruba land except for Tinubu. Say you want to send out all the Fulani in the whole Yoruba land. Kò fẹ́ lé gbogbo Fulani tó wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá fẹ́ lé wọn kúrò. Bolójú ẹ wá ń sìn. Where are you? Where are you? Why are you silent? Want to take over Yoruba land though? Fulani to take over Yoruba land. Where are you? Sunday tó ti gbowó tó lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́. Where you dey? Mr. Elenu of Africa. Look at it. Where are you? Jageton, Jageton.
I mean, if you made a statement earlier that, oh, you're going to remove banditry, Fulani headsmen, you're going to secure the security of the Yoruba land, that, oh, no other person should campaign aside from Tinubu, the current president. This is happening in the Yoruba land. So, I mean, everything you say should be put to action. People are being abducted. People are being beheaded. And these are not just people in schools. These are people's family, people's children, people's wife, people's only son or daughters. So if you made a statement earlier, it is time for you to adhere to whatever you said. Yes, I mean, it is time for you to adhere to whatever you said, because you made the statement publicly and people are like, okay, I think the change can begin with you, so let's go ahead and we'll back you up. I mean, you say you'll be at the forefront to do this, so it is time for you to actually do exactly what you promised. That's why he's calling out on you that you have not said anything, and are you sure this silence is not political, because you were actually, I mean, spoken to about whatever statement you made, and you've not been in Nigeria for 5 years, so you're back now, so they expect you to do exactly what you have said. All right, moving forward, Sandra Idoho has accused her Sandra Idoho again has accused her estranged husband Frank Idoho of physical abuse amid ongoing controversy surrounding her alleged relationship with singer Chike. Now, Sandra has faced intense criticism online following reports of an alleged extramarital affair involving the singer. Responding to the backlash, Sandra did not directly deny the allegations, but instead accused Frank Idoho of being an absentee husband and father. Now, she also alleged that he had multiple affairs with different women, including some prominent celebrities. In a series of posts shared on Tuesday, Sandra further accused the media personality of domestic violence and emotional trauma during their marriage. She stated that she would not accept being labeled unfaithful or being subjected as derogatory remarks online. Now, while insisting that Frank Idoho should also be held accountable for what she described as years of humiliation, physical abuse, and emotional distress, Sandra also claimed to possess videos and photographic evidence to support her allegations, some of which she shared on Instagram story. As of the time of reporting, Frank Idoho had responded to the allegation. Is it not funny? It's quite funny. I mean, he started this whole drama. I'm sure if he didn't go public, they wouldn't be here. So I saw some clips, I saw some pictures, and the story was long. I think now I'll have the time to go read it. The story was long. I mean, everything she said is more like, you know, when that first statement made by her came out, when people were like, oh, King of Malice is actually an absentee. So why are you now crying? And, you know, because people have been creating content with it, right? So now she dropped a whole lot of evidence, and people were like, oh, these people's names she came up to talk about will still come up to counter it. And I said, if they are coming out to counter it, they should be careful, because she has evidence, right? So she made a whole lot of statements with pictures of domestic violence and some chats. She posted some chats of some people telling her, oh, I saw him with this, you know, some receipts, bank receipts and all that. She just went ahead to post it, even to people he sent the money to, places he paid things for, you know. That's why I said, you know, someone made a comment, the person said, you're bruising. This is coming from a woman that is ready to destroy this man for whatever reason it may be. Because yes, she's been tagged an adulterous woman. She's been tagged someone that sleeps with somebody else while in marriage. And mind you, she was not in that marriage. They are divorced. She sent divorce papers since 2022, you know. So now people are more like, what? So it's not just the being absent and, you know, malice. You're actually abusing this lady. There's a video that came up where she was confronting him physically that, oh, who are you talking to? Why are you talking to that person? And I think something happened. I think his phone fell off. And then another video came when she started recording them, videoing them before she went in to confront him physically. This conversation is long overdue. They should go outside and settle their matter. We are tired Honestly, we've been talking about Frank Edoho and Sarah Edoho for the past 2 weeks. We are tired. They should go and rest. Anyways, that's all I have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and coming up next is Playlist Pal, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Playlist Pal segment. As usual, Wednesday, we tend to recommend some songs to you to add to your playlist. So today we're looking at Omo Bilibo's songs that actually hit playlists for so many people that was topping charts then. I don't know if they're still topping charts. But first on the list is Culture. Now, Culture is a high life inspired song. We're actually going cultural today, yeah. We're going back to our roots. It's an inspired song by Umo Bilibo that celebrates African heritage, Igbo traditions, and the importance of preserving cultural values despite modern influences. In the song, the duo reflects on the pride of their roots, the lifestyle of the people, and the need for younger generations to remain connected to their identity and tradition. Through rich instrumentation and storytelling, they promote unity, hard work, and respect for ancestral customs, while also addressing societal changes affecting African culture. So listen to it.
On your record them, Umo Bilibo. If live wonder, if you're gonna go. On your mama sani walu munga ni oso. Maka njuwa go buoso. Aniga walu munga ni oso. Idele wonder, asuma niga walu munga ni oso. Anana walu oso. Wana dia walu oso. Ina nuka mule kwe. Yo go go go. Yo go go go. Obi dance yo. Obi dance yo. Yo go go go. Yo go go go. I wanna dance yo. I wanna dance yo. Yeah, one nature not forget. Cause I want to jolly. Ukunwani melonya lumo to gawa bonne. Onyamo masemo for prayers. They need the money. Man, I'm boji mungayo. You see my bumbi bula baggy. Imagine life without the money. You go suffer, tire. Imagine life without the lojo. Some guys say, God, we know. I tell me, Rochi, Ebana be fego. One no ringo, them boys say, Hana be sego. You don't pay, I don't miss it till the heat, ego. Who come on a fish, ego. You feed the way one, ego. They say, they're going to back along. Lilo me bono, Ewa Mako, Bulego, Batame Belono, Naba Fanene, or Sinamo Meme. They when they gonna sign a check, one name more mad.
Okay, coming up next is Oga Police by Umo Bilibo. It's a socially conscious high life song that highlights the struggles ordinary Nigerians face in their daily interactions with law enforcement and authority figures. In the track, the duo uses storytelling and relatable street experiences to address issues such as police harassment, intimidation, and corruption, while also appealing for understanding, fairness, and justice. The song reflects the frustration of young people trying to survive and hustle in difficult economic conditions, often finding themselves at odds with security agencies. Listen to it.
Usoro vino me. Aya. Yeah. Ah. Mbona tugo. Ah. Aki joka mo tiabia. Yeah. Ah. Anyị si Lagos wana. Wapụta na Bini. Polisi kwụsị anyị kwụsị. Fa wee gbọọ m wee bịa. Asị m kedu ife ndalụ. Si anọ nnetili Igbo bụ Igbo egwu. Ana m achụkwa n'okwu brọda. Ana m atụkwa n'ọrụ brọda. Asị m mepelụ ya fonu m. Na mụ na-atụlili ọrụ brọda. Mepelụ ya fonu m. Ọdalụ meseji bụba. Wee gụsịsị anya wee bịa. Tupu m kedu ife ndalụ. Si anọ nnetili Igbo bụ Igbo egwu. Ego nji elu ife brọda. Ego nji elu ego brọda. Ọmọ jide fonu m. Kalise m wee kpọnya brọda. Wee kpọnya brọda. Ijuru m ke.
Alright, next is Awele by Umobilibo. It's a melodious high life love song that explores themes of romance, loyalty, and emotional commitment. In the track, the duo expresses deep affection for a love interest named Awele, praising her beauty, character, and the happiness she brings into their lives. The song reflects the importance of genuine love, trust, and companionship, while also portraying the emotional connection between partners. Listen to it.
Original reborn is a flavor, funk dance all the time. Aguamona chimusaga. Aguamona chimusaga nenuano. Oninya chukunya lomuka mujaga. Shuamale. Aguamona give for life for Ogono bando na rusikenu. Okoyaka nenalo. Mayo, wisdom and understanding. Okoyaka ninalo. Okwajodolu oneka muga bonu. Akwalele kamunebe.
It's good to actually read synopsis of some songs. I used to think that Awele is actually Ijawele, like safe journey, beautiful journey, good journey, you know, something like that. I don't know they were actually singing for a woman. Hey, now what? Anyways, finally on my list is Anwale. Anwale by Umobilibo is a heartfelt high life song centered on love, admiration, and devotion to a woman named Anwale. In the song, the duo expresses deep emotional affection, praising Anwale's beauty, kindness, and loyalty, while promising commitment and care in the relationship. The lyrics conveys themes of true love, emotional connection, and the desire to build a lasting bond with a partner despite life challenges. So this one doesn't have a direct video, so listen to it. You know, today is not just too energetic. All you have to be doing is, you know, nodding your head, shaking and moving with beats and all that. That's what we plan to do today. Anyways, that's all we have for you on Playlist Pal. Coming up next is an interview. So stay jiggy, stay locked in, and enjoy the rest of the show. after this break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. Only on Signature TV.
That's right. What actually inspired you to start writing poem? Because you are a dental therapist, Auntie. Explain to us why you decided to start writing poem.
Okay, poetry to me started as a form of expression, actually.
Okay.
At some point, it became therapy. Yeah. So living in a house where you're the last, and everybody are all grown, you get, so you don't get to talk about certain things. I mean, there are things nobody asks about your opinion.
Are you serious?
Yes. Like, I mean,
I thought the last person in the family is always the favorite.
Not like that. I mean, they're having like real issues, and
nobody knows about it.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, what do you know as the
Okay,
youngest?
that's the.
Yeah, so you want to talk about certain things, and even if you talk about it, nobody will listen. And I'm a very sensitive person.
Okay.
I'm very curious. I would love to ask questions, But then, these questions are, the one that, you talk about it and people like, how do you even think? I mean, that's weird. I mean, so, I mean, you don't talk about these things, so you just write them down.
Okay.
Yeah. And when I grew up, as when you grow up, you experience life and you have your own problems
speak up
and
a bit.
challenges. So I started writing for
ease yourself.
those emotions that I really couldn't express. So yes, that was how I started writing. I didn't even know what I was doing. I just knew I wanted to express myself. I wanted to talk about these things. Yeah. That's how I started writing. I didn't even know what it was. I just know I wanted to say my mind. And I was scared too of what people would say when they see this thing. So I really didn't write it in clear terms. I just, just paint it with words. Yeah.
Okay, so at what point did you discover that it's a form of entertainment? Because you earlier said it's like a therapy, right? Like you just clearly said now that you don't know how to express yourself, so you prefer to put it down, not in details, but with some certain words. Because poem is more like a proverb or something. Yeah. So at what point did you now discover that it's a form of entertainment? Because now it's a form of entertainment.
Yes,
so at what point did you discover that apart from being therapeutic, it's a form of entertainment?
Okay, just like I said earlier, when I started, I didn't know what I was doing. So when the pandemic happened, everybody was at home doing nothing. So I initially I wasn't into social media. Like I wasn't a social media person.
Okay.
So probably if I was, on Facebook, on IG, I just had WhatsApp. I'm very I don't want the noise. I just want to be left on my own. I mean, I rather deal with real people than get to worry about all the social media trends and all. I mean, I was very, very young. I just left secondary school and all. So I didn't know what it was. So maybe if I was on these platforms, maybe I would, bump into one and know what I was really, really doing. So all I know was my classmates said what I did was cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So in as much as they don't know what I was doing, they kind of like, got the message and they enjoyed reading what I write. In as much as they don't know the emotion, just read it and like, this is sad. I mean, they're just touched by,
they
the
resonate
words.
with
Yeah,
it.
it resonates with them and all. So they said it was cool. So during the pandemic, I was thinking of what I could do for myself because we have a business, and it involves everybody, like a family business. So I don't really get to, in as much as my mates were trying to get a skill and all of that, I couldn't really live to get the skill because of this routine. So I thought of what I could do for myself, for myself and not for everybody. Just because at that point it looked more like all I did with my life was go to school, and I mean, there's no school, so what will I do with myself? So I started thinking of what to do. So I spoke to some of my friends and they're like, go back to writing, just go back to writing. I mean, you wrote really cool stuff. And when they said I should go back to writing, I've stopped writing. I wrote when I didn't have a phone. When I was in secondary school, I didn't have a phone. So I mean, there was literally nobody to talk to. I mean, I had to be in school to talk to somebody, and I don't have so many friends, you get. And even the friends I have, I don't want to talk about it. So that's why I wrote these things down. So I have a phone now, and you're bored, you can talk to somebody. I mean, you can view a story on WhatsApp and just laugh, you understand? So I kind of like, I do not connect with myself. I don't stay with myself for a longer period. So I don't have, I don't house this emotion. So it's when these emotions are heavy on me and I want to talk about it, I want to express it. That's when I started writing. So it didn't make sense during that pandemic, and school resumed and life went on. But during the ASU strike, I mean, I had to do something.
So you continued.
So I tried. I reached out to some people that I knew that were writers, but they were struggling like me, So I met a friend and I told her, okay, I mean, the thing is, somebody saw my piece and said it resonated with her, and she was talking to me about things that ordinarily she wouldn't talk to me. So it meant that piece did something to her. So I was like, okay, I can do these things. I mean, let me know, because I said it was therapy for me. So let it not be for me. Let it be for others too. So that was when I said, okay, I will do this. Initially, I was scared because, I mean, my family don't know. I didn't do literature. I was a science student.
I was actually coming to that.
Yeah,
I was actually coming to that.
How? I mean, how would I answer how? How did you get here?
Yeah.
So I couldn't explain this. I just knew I wanted to do something, and I didn't want them to know. So, they wouldn't laugh or discourage me.
Your family?
I became anonymous. Not like they would discourage me, but, there are comments people make, and you kind of like, you're like, how?
For it, or you just kept on writing with whatever that comes through you, and you pen it down. Because Anyways, let me not move faster than my shadow. But tell me, did you go for classes after realizing that you're very good at this during the pandemic and during the ASO strike?
No, I didn't. It was when I really wanted to do this thing for others and not just for me. I realized that, oh, there was a name to what I was doing.
Okay.
And it was called spoken word poetry. I realized, oh, what I did had a name. So I found out that, there are people doing this thing, and I loved the way they were doing it, and I could actually improve. I started, learning one or two things.
Yeah.
But later on, I signed up for a couple of classes online. But the truth is, I don't know, I would say they don't do much. They just help you. Like, I don't know how to say it. There are some people that are gifted. So what the classes do is kind of like help you, like, push you. Like you just know what to drop and what to keep up with.
Yeah.
So that's what the class
does.
Yeah.
Okay, so was there ever a time that these classes clashed with your dental therapy courses? Did it ever? It did, right?
It was crazy.
Okay.
Really, really crazy. Most of the time it did. Yeah. So what kept me going was, you asked me how I went through school, became a dental therapist. It's crazy, but I really love what I do. You get. So I always find a way, because honestly, I've actually made more money as, a performance poet.
Yeah.
I just graduated last year. So, I could actually, sort myself out, with the money I get from performance poetry. So, and I enjoyed it. The most important thing is I enjoy performing my poems. And also, it's something I really, really enjoyed. So even when, I made time, I made sure, when they say, there's this adage that says, every action has a reaction. So I always, wait for the reaction, and I tend to everything duly. So that was how I was.
Okay, is there any kind of poet performer that influenced you at a point? Because initially you started as a writer, and your friends started reading before you grew to attend some of these events, right? Is there any poet performer that gave you this go-ahead order, this influence that you should go ahead with this?
When I saw one video, I went for more. There's this lady, something Umana, she's a Christian poet.
Okay.
So I've actually seen her video before, but I really didn't understand what it was. Okay. So there's this piece she performed about Easter and the story of Christ's death and all of that. So a friend of mine shared it on Easter Sunday. I just saw it and I was like, it's cool. Then I've forgotten her name, one Nigerian poet. So when I found out about this one, I went for another 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 one. So like there was just
continuously.
So many, I cannot count. Count.
Yeah. Okay, so people have this short-term memory in them, right? Do you think your poem has actually made someone to remember or to even captivate them? Because you said your poem is more therapeutic to people, right?
No, I said it started as therapy. It was therapy for me.
Okay, for you,
yes.
Right? Do you think it kind of captivates people?
If my poems captivate people?
Yes.
I don't know. After performing a poem, I have people walk up to me and like, that's cool. Okay, there's this piece I made on, there's this piece I recorded about self-discovery. I had a whole lot of, comments, people in my DM, even people that don't relate to poetry, they come to me and they're like, wow, that's like really, really cool. That spoke to me, and all of that. Yeah. So yes, it reaches out to them. The beautiful thing about poetry is, it speaks to you. I mean, it sits with you and it resonates with you. It makes you think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask now, because I know people that write prose is whatsoever they can't say with their mouth sometimes, they pen it down. Do poets face challenges doing this?
Yes.
What are the challenges? Is it lack of words?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. I don't know. Personally, I think poetry gives me audacity. It gives me
emphasis on audacity.
It gives me a voice that I ordinarily will not have. So I don't think poets are scared. I don't think poets are people that don't have the audacity to talk. I mean, it's just a tool, their own tool of poetry is expression. First is expression. So I mean, I don't know. I always tell some of my friends that I walk onto a stage to talk and everybody listens. You just have to listen, and poetry gives you that privilege, and it's a very beautiful thing. So I don't think we have our problems. And we experience life. I mean, one thing is you cannot talk about something that you don't know, something that you don't experience. I mean, you don't have to, at least if you don't experience, you have to know about these things to be able to address it or talk about it even through poetry. So yes, poetry is not I mean, poets are not weaklings. Poets are not people that cannot speak, or poetry is a voice.
Okay.
So yes, I mean, you can do activism with poetry. You can educate with poetry. You can entertain. I mean, there's nothing you cannot evoke with poetry.
Yes. You're going to do a freestyle for us. You're going to do a freestyle for us because I used to think sometimes that the challenges you people face is possibly lack of words, because which other challenge do they face? These people talk from their hearts, from their brain, and what they've experienced, right? So, but let me ask now, in what way do you think that poem has actually reflected societal issues?
Just like I said before, activism. Okay. Yeah, I know somebody, Alan Islam. She's a very popular Muslim poet. She's an activist.
Okay.
There's this lady, I've forgotten her name. She is an activist. I can't remember. But there's a whole lot. You get the war countries, they use it, to talk about these things.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can use it as activism. You can use it to educate.
Yeah.
It's a tool for education. And the beautiful thing about poetry is it's done in a way that it's appealing. So I mean, you can't help but listen. And when you listen, you get the message, you get the information. So that's the beautiful thing about poetry. It's not boring. Especially spoken word poetry. It's not boring. It's it uses dictions that are really, really entertaining and engaging. The humor, the wordplay, the puns, and all of that. It does it in a very creative way that you can't help but get the message. I mean, you get it. You then decide either to enforce it or not. But then the truth is, you get the message.
Trust them. All right, so do a freestyle for us in just 1 minute.
Okay. When your world seems clouded and grey, and your body is just halfway drowning in the pool of your own tears, when your heart is an abyss this close to swallowing you whole, you should remember you can always come home. Like Super Bowls, all you've ever questioned about life bounces back without reply. When this place feels like a house erected on life wires, everything you touch twitches you up, and you barely survive the last shock. You should remember, you can always come home. Like Super Bowls, all you've ever questioned about life bounces back without reply. When this place feels like a house erected on life wires, everything you touch twitches you up, and you barely survive the last shock. You should remember, you can always come home. You want to be millionaire, yet all you have left is nothing short of a single lifeline. It's okay to come back home. For in this salvation song, Robert holds no shame. A wandering feet deserve rest, so there's nothing to regret. Come home to the throne of your coronation.
I kind of understand, but explain to us what it means.
Okay, this poem is titled Homecoming.
Okay.
So, you go on a journey and it's difficult. You don't know where to go from there. I mean, coming home to replan and restart is not,
easy.
It's not failure. It's not, giving up.
Okay.
It's just you re-strategizing. So it's okay to come home.
I think someone out there needs it. So come home. If you're getting tired, come back home and rethink, re-strategize, right? I explained it right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna do something with you. We'll do a social trend.
Oh.
Okay. But first, I think I have to play just few games with you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The coal city of Enugu is currently playing host to the annual Nigerian Bar Association Conference, where legal minds from across the country have converged to deliberate on pressing issues affecting the rule of law, democracy, and national development. The conference, which has drawn together judges, senior advocates, academics, policymakers, and young lawyers, opened with addresses that emphasized the role of the legal profession in safeguarding justice and strengthening institutions. Addressing the conference, the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Sahad Abubakar, regretted that the poor in Nigeria is becoming victim of corruption and inequality, which he said are weakening the country's courts. He regretted that justice is increasingly becoming a purchasable commodity, with the poor becoming victims, while the rich commit all manner of crime and walk the streets scot-free. The Sultan warned that the imbalance fuels anger, mistrust, and political violence, stressing that loss of public confidence in the courts would lead citizens to take the law into their own hands, urging lawyers to uphold truth and fairness above personal or financial interests.
The ENUGU Annual Conference is a very significant event in our society because it is the largest gathering of lawyers who shape the practice of law and ensure that the ultimate objectives of law are realized in society. Law, as you know more than I do, is crucial to society because it maintains social order by setting standards for behavior, promotes justice by protecting rights, enjoying duties, and providing a framework for resolving disputes, and facilitates economic and social progress.
Post-Governor Peter Mba reminded lawyers that the law is more than a profession, as it serves as the conscience of the nation. Mba restated the commitment of his administration to justice sector reform, saying that it remained the cornerstone of his government. He, however, asserted that none of the reforms was an end in itself, noting that they remain part of a broader vision of his government towards making Enugu State the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and inclusive development.
Since assuming office, we have made justice sector reform a cornerstone of our governance. Just a few examples will suffice. We were among the first states to fully implement financial autonomy for the judiciary. This has enhanced the efficiency, independence, and dignity of our courts. We have carried out a comprehensive rehabilitation and digitization of our courtrooms across the 3 senatorial zones. The High Court complex in Enugu is equipped with e-filing, virtual hearing facilities, and an integrated case management system. We have strengthened and expanded the Enugu multi-door courthouse, making it a model in the region for commercial and family dispute settlement.
In his keynote address, charismatic leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters of South Africa and a member of country's national parliament, Julius Malema, warned African nations to regulate debt trap loans from World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Malema, who describes such loans debt traps that can mortgage the future of the continent, said that the South African Parliament is making a move to checkmate loans from these institutions.
To South Africa and Nigeria must be carried forward into the present, not just in political sentiment, but in concrete economic collaboration. Both our nations stand as giants of the continent. South Africa, with its industrial base, mining capacity, and advanced financial system. Nigeria, with its vast population, vibrant entrepreneurial spirit, oil and gas resources, and cultural dynamism that has captured the imagination of the world. Together, we hold the keys to Africa's industrialization and economic independence. We will continue to exploit labor while refusing to industrialize, and taking fellow Africans divert anger from the real enemy, and we must educate our people that unity, not division, is the solution to the African crisis.
Malema also made a case for a single African presidency, currency, borderline continent, and a visa-free movement across the continent, saying that Africans should not need visas to visit one another. In his welcome address, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association and senior advocate of Nigeria, Afam Osigwe, thanked Enugu State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, for his support in organizing of the annual conference.
It all means being unbending in our defense of the rule of law, equity and justice, and being principled in the face of power and unwavering in our pursuit of national progress. We must have the courage of conviction in moments where silence will otherwise be more comfortable. To build a strong and economically viable nation, sacrifice That will routinely be required of individual citizens. We must do this when others are mediocre. This is a call we must embrace.
Speakers at the event noted that Nigeria is at a critical juncture where the judiciary must rise above political pressures to defend constitutional values. The NBA ENUGU conference.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG to roll out 10,000 electric tricycles in August, Shetima. ADC rejects deregistration order, alleges plot to cripple opposition. Kogi begins digital school census to improve education planning. Bank of Japan raises interest rates to 31-year high. And India blocks Telegram ahead of medical exam to curb cheating. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government will begin the rollout of 10,000 electric tricycles into the Nigerian market in August 2026 as part of efforts to improve public transportation and modernize the country's logistics system, Vice President Kashim Shettima has said. Shettima disclosed this during a courtesy visit by the transporters for Tinubu Shettima 2027 group. According to a statement issued on Tuesday by his Senior Special Assistant on Media and Communications, Stanley Nkwocha. The Vice President said the electric tricycles would be distributed by the Northeast Development Commission for use across the Northeast and other parts of the country, noting that President Bola Tinubu has approved the expansion of the initiative through the various regional development commissions. He explained that the administration is committed to transforming Nigeria's transport sector into an integrated logistics network that seamlessly connects ports, railways, CNG-powered trucks, inland waterways, airports, and local feeder roads to drive commerce, agriculture, industrial growth, and national integration. The Vice President also highlighted the achievements of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, saying it has demonstrated the viability of utilizing Nigeria's abundant gas resources to lower transportation costs, particularly for heavy-duty vehicles. The African Democratic Congress has strongly opposed a Federal High Court ruling directing the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister the party and 4 others, describing the judgment as an attempt to use the judiciary to undermine Nigeria's democratic process. Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday ordered INEC to deregister the ADC, Accord Party, Action People's Party, Action Alliance, and Zenith Labour Party for allegedly failing to satisfy constitutional and electoral requirements outlined in Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution as amended and the Electoral Act 2022. The judgment followed a suit instituted by the National Forum of Former Legislators, which sought a declaration that INEC was obligated to remove political parties that failed to meet prescribed electoral performance benchmarks. These include securing at least 25% of votes in any state during a presidential election, or winning at least one elective position. Responding in a statement posted on X and signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party condemned the ruling as unconstitutional and deeply troubling. According to the ADC, the decision runs contrary to established legal precedents and even conflicts with positions previously advanced by INEC on the issue of political party deregistration. The ADC also raised concerns about the timing of the judgment, noting that it came shortly after the party concluded its primaries and began preparations for the 2027 general elections, including the presidential race. It warned that attempts to remove a major opposition platform through what it termed judicial manipulation posed a serious threat to democratic stability. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has officially announced former Minister of Transportation and ex-governor of Rivers State, Chibike Amechi, as the party's vice presidential candidate for the 2027 general